Dun, 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 dun. Mytho first in chat. One of these days, we're not gonna have to mess with this. Damn it, dude! First. What up, Jordan? Zach? It's a very vague way to ask that question, J-Dog. I need a lot more information than just that about what you want. But I'm about to show one that's for sale right now. Cole, Pablo, Colton, what up, what up? Dominic, hello. Hello, Rosalinda. Let's get chat all opened up. I'll show you the discount piece for the evening. Yes, that is the half-price piece. Only available while we are live. First to dibs is the first to get it. All right. This piece, $75. And you know what we're gonna do with this one too? We're gonna include a pendant with it. I feel like one of the fucking telemarketer shows. But wait, there's more. 75 tonight only. Pendant included will be a crystal cluster pendant. Ooh, cornbread, yum. We'll put that there for now. Get everything situated. Oh, come on, stupid tablet. Yeah, cornbread sounds good. When you let the pups in, they can make their appearance. Weird pups. I gotta say hi. Yes, Lucy. And Marley. This is Marley and that's Lucy. This is my child. She is a great puppo and this is also a great doggo. They both have great hair and they look a lot like me. Boba, Skylar, Sky, Jay, what up, what up, what up? Dang, Lucinda, that sounds good. Also, that loud noise that's playing in the background, as always, will not be playing this entire time. We'll let it go for a few more minutes and we should have enough oxygen to last us through the rest of the night. Yeah, Skylar, have you slept at all? How many times are you on that jet boat? You say 5 times? That shit does look fun. Is it loud? It looks loud. We are gonna watch some more How It's Made. We still got a little bit left in there. Why isn't this working? My tablet isn't pulling up. My page. I feel bad for the guy named Pergaraba who was already on YouTube before me, because we just like sprinted straight past him when it comes to like views and whatnot. Why it keeps doing that? I don't know why. I click the fucking my profile and it doesn't pull the profile up. Whatever. Yeah, they took it off Netflix, unfortunately. All three of them, too. All three of them used to be on the flicks. Alright, How It's Made. Pretty far down. Yeah, Prey was really, really good. Really, really good. I watched the first episode of She-Hulk as well. Also very, very good. Didn't know how I felt about the animation and everything going in, but I see why it looks different than Bruce Banner. It's a different fucking character, and I'm stupid for not like processing that. That's literally a different character. It's like, why is it green different? It's like, stop being a fucking stop being a pessimist. Just enjoy the show. It's like, but she's a different shade of green. So I was screaming to myself the entire time, and I kept just telling myself to shut up. It's like, this is one of your favorite characters. Literally shut up. Ooh, Artificial Christmas Trees is the episode we're on now. Good night, Skylar. You grab some sleep. Yeah, She-Hulk was very good. Alright, we'll turn that off. Let's get our Zoom fixed. We all know what we do. Oh, come on. I accidentally just sent a G in chat, didn't I? That's funny. I didn't mean to type that.
This is a cranberry full of ancient antioxidants. Please buy blasting powder.
That's the right Zoom, right? This is where I normally stand. G. Okay, yeah, we're good.
Ever since the late 19th century, people have been trying to come up with an artificial version. First, there were feather trees, and later trees made of animal
Feather
bristles.
trees? I bet
But
those
by
look
the
fucking cool.
1960s,
Made of
the
bird
use of
feathers?
synthetics finally gave us the perfect fake fur.
I bet those would look fucking sick.
Today's faux furs can be several stories tall, big enough for your town square. You can get them with many of the trimmings, so decorating isn't such a stretch. These big artificial trees start with a steel
The
skeleton.
tiny bird feather tree
Rollers bend steel
have
tubing into arcs.
different levels.
They'll be joined to form the base of the framework. Workers
Oh, here,
weld vertical
I'll show the,
supports to the arcs,
the little
building
cluster
the structure
now.
in sections.
With the front camera. Yeah,
A
oh
spray
god,
of
that
polyester
fucking
powder gives the welded
exposure.
metal a smooth finish that's actually tougher
Why won't
than
it-
paint.
Come on.
They bake the parts to set the coating.
God, that light is
After
too bright, I
full
guess.
coating, it's time to assemble all the pieces. They fasten the structure together.
I think I
with
have a
U-bolts
Christmas
and
tree.
a ratchet.
I think it's in the garage. And we're gonna make another one
A roll of
as
green
well.
PVC plastic winds its way towards a roller equipped with many circular cutters.
J-Dog, yes I do. There's a couple that are up for auction right now on the Instagram. Easiest way to get one as of right now will be to place a bet.
A roller with even more blades.
Place a
They
bet, place a
shred it
bid.
into a needle-like
Or
configuration, leaving a solid spine
can
at
purchase
the
this
center
piece
to hold the
right now
serrated needles together.
For $75 shipped, and it includes a pendant. We do a discount piece every single night when we go live, and this is
An
tonight's.
automated spool then winds up the fringed green
It is
PVC.
a lava lamp style.
These artificial needles come in an assortment of colors. So if you want glitz, you can really go out on a limb. Here, streams of the fringed green and a strip of brown PVC travel
Yeah,
over
Sky,
the
exactly,
control
exactly. The apprentice
Steel
master
wire
relationship.
ones.
So I don't want to give anything away for the episode or anything, but let's just say the pace of this first episode I did not like. Just fucking. Oh, look at, there's a She-Hulk now. Like, what? Okay, fuck you. I mean, I guess that we just kind of have to accept the things now, but we don't get. There was no build up for that. There was absolute. So like we have this entire big end game Avengers huge thing going, but then now there's like tiny little stories that we're supposed to grab onto with absolutely no like introduction or like basis or anything like that. The backstory we got was literally like one line, and I think that's part of the show too. She's quirky, she's sassy, she doesn't waste any time, but they could fucking spend a little bit more time developing the lore, you know? J-Dog, it's all yours. We won't include the pendant with it. But that is Yoa's friend. What is your preferred method of payment? Do you have PayPal, Cash App, Zelle, Carrier Pigeon? Yeah, Sky, I seem to have a way with words. A lot of times I had no premise to the character, they added no backstory whatsoever, and we're just supposed to accept the fact that they're just going to be throwing new supers at us. Oh, and again, I don't want to spoil it, I don't want to spoil how she comes about, but like, come on! It's that easy? There's just another Hulk now? Make 3 more. I mean, obviously they do end up making more. There's Abomination, there's Red Hulk, there's Solomon Grundy. Wait, no, that's DC. There's Grey Hulk, who I'm thinking Solomon Grundy and the Hulk crossover, which is Grey Hulk, but a different Grey Hulk. Yeah, exactly, Sky. It felt lazy. Obviously compared to Endgame and compared to the Avengers, everything's gonna feel lazy, but I feel like the overworked animators and the overworked writers and the overworked creators for the Marvel were literally just like, you're gonna take this and you're gonna like it. And we're all just like, yeah, we are. And we are, and I like it.
Green and brown PVC. This machine twists them together.
J-Dog, yeah, I'm open to that. The only thing is,
creating the illusion of a stem among the needles.
it's not necessarily the best idea to send money through mail.
Continuous supply of artificial greenery. Giant scissors slice it to the correct length.
Do you have anybody around you who you could give that 72
To make
and
branches
use
that appear
their
smoky,
Cash App
this
or use their
machine
banking
twists
app?
and then frost the PVC needles with a spray of white latex paint.
Oh, Mytho, yeah, yours is the Space Bowl, right? That was the big one, the wide mouth
They
one.
use this ring fastener to crimp the
I really like
artificial
the way that one
foliage
turned out,
together,
honestly, yeah.
branch by branch.
Branch by branch.
This creates a tightly knit mass of greenery that will
So,
be used to
I don't do
complete
money
the
orders
framework.
either because I don't leave the house. So I would never be able to go pick it up or cash it in.
They apply single
But yeah,
lines
Jay,
on
if you
key parts of the
would
PVC
like, we can do
first,
that. If you
using
would like to
hand
send
pump
that
pneumatic fastener.
cash in the mail, it's definitely not the best way or the
They
most
fill in
trusted
the
way.
sections between them
If
with
you're
these
going
simple
to
branches.
fold that cash up in a couple
This
pieces of
is
paper,
easier than attaching them to the framework branch by branch.
so no tricky postman will hold it up to the
They
light and
string
see
the
cash
lights
shining
and
through,
then
you know?
plug them in to check each ball.
Which happens that they do that. Any handwritten letter, they
After all,
will look
it's
through.
easier to change one now than after the tree has been erected. especially since this one will be a story and a half tall.
What?
They also wire the
Oh,
arms to the
big tree.
branches.
Okay.
It's one less job for the customer to do.
Also, if you're new to the channel, the very beginning is spent going over what we did the past couple days, what we've been doing, what we're getting into. Oh, Jay, your rig is still here. I haven't packed it up yet. I wanted to try and show that smiley face in the bowl closer. Yeah, Jay, let me know if you can find anybody that you can literally give that 72 who's around you, and ask them if you can use their Cash App or their banking app that has Zelle. Look at that little smiley face. Look at that little smiley face bowl. And then this piece has a fun little bubble at the top of it as well that I really like. It's got a bubble trapped right in the surface there. But yeah, this piece looks really nice, all put together. Yeah. Really, really nice travel piece too. This will go in a cup holder, or when you tilt it back, it'll be nice because you only have to fill up the water just like to that line there. And then when you tilt it back, the water gets more to that side, of course. Bubble Buddy. That episode where Bubble Buddy let that one guy die and during high tide because he didn't dig him out.
And now it's time to put up the tree. They bolt
Bubble
the
Buddy,
current
you're
wire
real.
through the framework. And then hook the panels of artificial greenery onto the rest of
A
the
story and a
structure.
half tall is excessive, right? Like, who's this for? Probably like a mall. That's what I was thinking. This is some
this
mall's
artificial tree to
Christmas
come
tree.
together. We're growing a real one this size would take many years. And the convenience is unreal.
Let me take a rip real quick. Gonna get my mind right, and then we will be ready to go. What did we make the last night? Oh, fuck me. I completely forgot to show y'all this rig. This turned out so
The
good.
power of the ultimate fit. It doesn't just help you get through your day. It
This turned out so
takes it
good.
Next level.
This is the best one of these I've made.
For a stylish comfort, Kohl's.
And the cool thing about this,
The first nutcrackers were plain, purely functional devices. By the 15th century, European...
That's what I meant by it's a
began
double
crafting
perk
beautiful
piece, so that
nutcrackers
second
shaped like
chamber
animals and people. German artisans became known
pops
for
the
their
water as
majestic
well.
Nutcracker kings and soldiers, just like the one in Tchaikovsky's famous ballet.
Tchaikovsky.
This German company has been crafting character nutcrackers since 1928. Like porcelain figurines, these nutcrackers sell as limited edition collectibles. At hundreds of dollars
People
each,
collect oh yeah, I
people
guess.
actually use them
I can
for
see
the
that.
intended
People
purpose.
collecting nutcrackers. I think I've seen. That's like a grandparents thing,
But
right?
they
Grandparents
can
used to
do
collect
perform the
nutcrackers,
job. You simply manipulate a lever to open,
but they're
and
not
close the
actually
mouth
supposed to
crack
be
the nutshell.
for cracking nuts, right?
On the factory floor, they use a multi-blade circular saw to cut all the body parts out of linden wood. Linden is ideal because it's lightweight, easy to carve.
Right, yeah, definitely
and its color is
grandparents.
pale enough to
Same
mimic
thing with
skin.
fucking Hummels, right?
These blocks are on their way to becoming nutcracker torsos. First, they go through a planer. It trims the four sides of each block, forming an octagonal shape. From square to octagonal, and next to round. But first, workers use a circular saw to cut the blocks into torso-like pieces.
At some point, I would like for us to watch Perturabo on here, which is the telling the life and times of Aleister Crowley. So we'll talk about what our cult is named after.
Pieces one by one into an automatic multi-station lathe. The first station rounds out the octagon,
Why isn't
then
this?
forms the basic torso shape. The second station finalizes the shape. Then the next 4 stations sand the wood smooth, so that the wood stain they'll apply later on will penetrate well and evenly. Then the torsos go, 3 at a time, into a vertical router. It cuts a notch in each one for the lever that opens and closes the nutcracker's mouth. Next stop is a drilling machine, which simultaneously drills the holes required to attach the body parts, as well as the
Why isn't my
lever's
live
axle.
video pulling up
Now
on
they
the
dress
goddamn...
the torso in a coat, which they create simply by staining the wood a dark color. Once the stain dries, they spray on 2 coats of semi-gloss lacquer.
Like a head knows
Every
what one
nutcracker
desires.
stands on a
Like a
wooden
head
base
sets his skull
under
on
which they burn the
fire.
company's logo. It's a mark of authenticity for collectors. The automatic lathe also shapes the other body parts, including the head.
Bites,
Workers
small
attach a nose,
ornaments.
then using
Especially
the
wooden ones.
cut holes for the eyes. Then they lightly spray on a
Just
touch of red
most
paint
things that
to
you can leave
simulate the
teeth
sun-kissed
marks in,
nose and
I
rosy
want to.
cheeks. Then, with a steady hand, they paint the whites of the eyes. And the eyebrows. Once the paint dries, they apply some glue to the center of each eye, then affix an iris and pupil made of
Alright, the
enamel
mushroom
tin.
piece we're gonna make is, I think, just the bong with
Now
one of
they
these
align
attached to the back,
head with
right?
the torso and screw the parts together.
Sounds good to me.
After decorating the coat
Smaller,
with buttons
though.
and a buckle, they glue a strip of rabbit fur hair to the head.
Like this. Yes. Oh no, I scratched my
Rabbit fur
fucking
beard
nail
to
polish.
camouflage the notch for the lever. Then they mount the torso onto the legs, which wear painted-on boots and stand on the base.
Without the hat, he's naked.
Then this nutcracker percussionist gets his drum, along with arms and drumsticks. They top him off with a
Ew,
hat
no,
made of spray-painted wood.
Get the fucking hair out of the glue now.
Most of the nutcracker's parts join together with wooden dowels. A large dowel,
Bald!
across the notch in the torso, is the axle on which the lever rotates.
Oh my god, they totally did just shove the fucking drum right on there, right?
This extensive
So anything-
cast of nutcracker
anything-
characters comes in
Vaseline, anything, I don't do lotion. I will not put lotion on my body because how much hair I have on my body. Vaseline, sunscreen, tanning oil. I would rather burn and blister than have that on my body. And my parents never understood why I would scream and why I would fight and why I would literally have an entire temper tantrum anytime they would try to put sunscreen on me. Because it literally felt like burning knives and like fucking scratching and just, oh god, no. It's the autism, yeah. It is definitely the autism because how thick it used to be, and they used to fucking pull it over your arms, and it would just fucking sit there. I used to just stand there like this, just like you know how when you put a clip on the back of cats, or when you like grab the back of a cat's scruff and they just fucking like shut down. That was me. And when that happened, I just like nothing. There was nothing going in or out of my brain at that time. It just shut down completely, and that's the only time that's really ever happened. It's just complete overstimulation to the point where just nothing is happening anymore. I'm literally just like you gotta send it cash. Okay, J-Dog, we can make that work. Shoot me a message on Instagram and I can get you my address. I can do the spray, like the sports spray. If you're far away, I can do that. But yeah, no lotion, no Vaseline, no sunscreens, nothing in my body hair. Anything sticky or greasy. Anytime I have to work on my car, oh god, yeah, getting car grease on your fucking... Ugh.
Various sizes. And you can even special order a life-sized version.
I'm in Texas myself. Yeah, it's the hair. It's. Oh, I'm so excited for this.
Still a child.
I want to fight for my king.
It is enough. Your warrior, you must kill Matisse.
She's such an amazing actor.
This is who I am.
Behold, the presence of the brave.
Ooh, it looks so good. Ooh, it looks so good.
Dinner, September 16th. To save every sandwich from a boring bag of chips. Sandwiches each of
So resin I can deal with. Resin I'm not used to, but like I know why I'm doing it. But like for lotion and stuff, it just doesn't seem worth it. I can deal with
Snowplow is actually the big blade.
sticky
on a
is
snowboard
okay.
vehicle.
I can't
Not the
deal with
vehicle
viscous.
itself.
I can't deal with.
The first snowplows were
With-
wedge-shaped wooden blades drawn by horses. As cars replaced
I don't know,
horses,
it's weird, just
these gave way to
Vaseline
snowplows
feeling
mounted to the
stuff.
front of trucks and other large machines.
Stuff that makes it feel like your skin can't breathe.
A snowplow is a blade made
Some
of either
soaps are like that
stainless steel,
too.
which
Just
is
leaves a
rust
film over your skin.
or carbon steel, which they coat in plastic-based powder paint to prevent rust. To begin making the blade, they take a sheet of metal about 1/10 of an inch thick and insert it in a press. The press punches out holes for the bolts, which attach the blade to the mounting structure.
After this episode, we're actually going to put that Aleister Crowley documentary on. That's something y'all should know about if we're going to
Feed
be
the sheet through a rolling press.
cult members.
The rollers apply 35 to 40 tons of pressure, curving the sheet to the required shape.
Because there's a good amount of us in here right now. I think we're only missing Skylar, but we'll watch it again another time. That'll be a periodical where we'll
Workers
retouch
check
on the
front
subject.
radius and top radius of the curve.
There's a couple videos,
to meet the
too.
technical specifications.
we'll watch the first one.
Next, using a machine called a press brake, they bend over the top of the sheet.
This is what those guys were doing by hand in that one video where I was like, by hand?
This bend will sit on the top bar of the mounting structure. The mounting structure is made of several parts cut from giant plates of carbon steel. A computer guides the cutting
It is
machine,
not
which uses
all steel
electro-generated
carbon?
flames. Their intense focused heat slices through the steel.
I thought
literally
everything was
by melting
carbon
it.
based.
The steel is too hot to handle in the plastic.
Too hot to handle, too cold to hold.
So workers lift off the parts with magnets. Then they bend key
Yeah,
low-value
IG is
parts
same as
in a
on here.
press brake to increase the structural
Just be
strength.
specific with your message. I have people messaging me constantly just going, hey.
One section of the structure,
And I'm just like, well, how? I'm not going to respond to hey. I have 40 messages a day going back and forth, and I can't
in a different
fucking
assembly
hold
fixture,
everybody's
they
hand
position the
through every
parts for
single
another
message
section of
every
the
single
structure.
time. And I gotta start saying that too. That people literally message me and they go, hey. I gotta say, you need to tell me who you are, where you're from, and what you need in the first message.
It protects the vehicle from damage by absorbing the shock through
With
the
100
springs,
plus messages
rather
going
than
back and
the
forth
vehicle
every
frame,
single day,
should the plow hit
I
an
cannot
obstacle on the road.
cater to every single
After
person.
welding the two sections together,
That's
workers
also
send the structure to
why
the
I
powder
very
coating
much
gun.
want to get away from
There,
individual
workers
sales
spray first with powder
and direct
coating,
sales.
then with powder paint. Each coat is baked to activate the plastic base, which produces an ultra-durable shell over the metal. Once the structure cools, workers install the springs for the trip edge. Then they attach the base of the structure.
Also,
to the
people
cutting
hitting me up,
It's made of a
planning out an
hard
entire
steel because
piece
it's
and then
ready
saying,
to
okay,
go.
I'll hit you up in a week.
The structure is
That
now
just
finished
happened
and
again.
ready to receive the blade.
And they asked for another picture and I was like, no, Hit me up when you have the money.
Fits over the structure's top bar.
If that was one of you in here, I apologize if it feels like I'm coming at you. But you have no idea how many times that happens, and then the person never comes back.
They make 2 plows like this.
So, that was an hour of my time I spent
side by side, connected in the middle by a hinge.
customizing a piece just to have them say, okay, I'll hit you up.
Straight plows
I
have a
can't do that
single blade
anymore.
attached to a different type of structure. All the parts, except stainless
Time
steel
is
blades,
money.
are powder painted and baked. The V-plow articulates. The driver can adjust the width of the V to direct the snow. Another model combines a straight.
Again, if any of you already run a shop, if any of you already have or know of an online shop or want to start your own, let's do it. I'll pay you.
You'll always remember buying your first car. But the things that last a lifetime, like happiness, love, and confidence, you can't buy those, but you can invest in them. At T. Rowe Price, our strategic investing approach can help you build the future you imagine.
Yeah, Sky, that's why I told you we gotta wait to customize it too far.
Spiral stairs were part of a strategy to defend the towers of medieval castles. Attackers had to climb single
I always
file
wait until the
and
money
couldn't storm the castle
is
all
right
at once. And
Because
at the
shit
top of the
happens, too.
stairs, the
People-
guardsmen could more easily.
People, I'm gonna change it to the Aleister Crowley thing. People may have all of the intention of buying a piece, but shit happens. Life happens. Bills happen. And I don't blame anybody for not being able to buy a fucking bong of all things in this economy, so long as you're honest with me. So long as you're straight up like, look, I had every intention of doing this, and 3 bills came up out of nowhere. I'm broke. We're all broke. We all understand everyone is fucking struggling right now. Just take the time to be honest about it and say, maybe we can do it next time or later. And that means more to me than anything. That means more to me than you buying a piece. Not to, obviously I'm hyperbolizing. I appreciate all of you who have bought a piece, but just taking the time to communicate. Communication means a lot to me, as well as intent. The outcome obviously is regardless of intent. If the outcome is shitty and your intent was good, you're still shitty. No. Nobody has done that. I want to be specific. Nobody in here has done that. It just happens so fucking often in my line of work that I just generally complain about it. Kind of as a deterrent to make sure nobody does do it. But if you have done it, don't think I'm like coming after you or anything. I never would like single anybody out or anything like that, unless you deserve it. Obviously, we make examples of people when it deserves to be made that way. That's very few and far in between, though. They all have only ever seen me do that once so far in a month, and we don't like doing that. We don't like having to make examples of people, because usually it's bad examples. Usually it's examples that we don't want to talk about, but have to be addressed because life is hard and things need to be talked about, no matter what. All right, we're gonna put the Aleister Crowley. How much for a custom piece? It very much depends. Very, very much depends. Anywhere from $100 to $1,000. Depends on if you smoke flour or oil more. If you want to spend a lot or a little money. Aleister Crowley, father of the occult. We'll just go with the first one. I can work towards a budget though, don't be intimidated. It's a lot easier just to buy a piece that I already have, but if you would like a piece that is very customized to your own, the first thing you should do is say, I have this much to spend. and that narrows my job down by like 90%. And then right after I'll say, okay, well, what do you smoke mainly, or do you want one for both? And I can give you a couple examples of what I already have, and if not, then we go custom.
I feel so much better. Hi, my name is Keelan, and I've lost 35 pounds.
You are a handsome, salt and pepper haired older
Aleister
man.
Crowley may just be one of the most interesting men
This is
who ever
not.
lived. He was a self-proclaimed magician, scholar, writer, and even an undercover spy.
That is not the one that I thought. They took it off. I'll have to find. Wait. Oh, yeah, here it is. I think that was part 1. We'll watch part 1, but yeah, Master of Darkest, the wickedest man in the world. Aleister Crowley, aka Perturabo, aka the Beast, 666.
And occult practices which you may find disturbing.
For sure, Zach. Yeah, I have pieces in that range. I have a bunch of pieces in that range. I don't do large pieces, Xavier. Everything I make has to, 1, be able to fit in this kiln, and 2, be made by my hands. And I am strong, but not that strong. This is a recording of Crowley.
Aleister Crowley.
No captions.
The man who called himself the Beast 666. Black magician, drug fiend, sex addict, and traitor to the British people.
Black magician, drug addict, sex fiend, and traitor to, did they say the British Empire?
Who called himself the Beast 666. Black magician, drug fiend, sex addict, and traitor to the British people.
The British people. I can do cup holder rigs.
I want none of your faint approval or faint dispraise. To hell with Christianity, rationalism, Buddhism. I want blasphemy, murder, rape, revolution.
This was him at the
Bad
end.
or good, but strong.
Oh no, I totally just wiped off my fucking nail
Aleister
polish. What the
Crowley
shit?
founded a commune in Sicily to practice.
So, to be specific, that quote was him at the very end of his life, and they're using that quote to obviously draw the people in at the very beginning of this. We've talked about how, yes, he was actually a very bad person, but don't think that that quote right there is all of what Crowley was or is.
Beliefs that he said would one day sweep away Christianity and free men from all restriction and repression.
Yeah, I make all sorts. We actually made this one on stream
Mussolini
the other night.
deported Crowley and his followers from Sicily after reports of human and animal sacrifice and unimaginable sexual depravity caused an international scandal. The British press called Crowley the wickedest man in the world.
And that was at the end of his life.
Myself to every form of disease, accident, and violence. I have driven myself to delight in dirty and disgusting debauches, and to devour human excrements and human flesh. I have mastered every mode of my mind, and made myself a morality more severe than any other in the world. 1,000 years from now, the world will be sitting in the sunset of Crowleyanity.
Smallest. I make like minis. I can make much smaller than that as well. So again, to be specific, I do think this documentary specifically is about the dark side, about the bad side, about the later years of Crowley. We will go into the earlier years when he was a writer, when he was trying to be a scholar as well, before he got into the drugs, before he became a fiend. So obviously you start with the most crazy stuff. It's nice to get the hook in real quick so you get drawn in. Oh my god, murder and they're eating people and yeah. Look at his signature as well, looks like Wiener.
The thing about Crowley was doing
Gotcha, J-Dog.
absolute excess.
We'll have to wait until the end of the stream for me to read that. I use my phone as part of the camera. That whole setup was 100.
Crowley was doing everything to absolute excess, pushing yourself to the absolute limit so you know at least where your limits are. So if you're going to do something that's depraved, you do something which is extremely depraved that even you feel disgusted at, and then try to learn to enjoy it.
Aleister Crowley declared the death of Christianity. He was to be the new Messiah that would replace the pallid dead Christ.
I believe he was the real thing. He had given himself under demonic control. He was evil.
Very clever. Genius, for God's sake. Raving genius. In a world of little tiny people, as Crowley claimed, my God, why are you so unhappy? You want to make love? Well, make love for Christ's sake. You want to take drugs? You want to expand your consciousness? Please do it.
Since his death in 1947, Crowley has become an icon of rebellion. The Rolling Stones, David Bowie, Led Zeppelin's Jimmy Page have all been influenced by his message of freedom.
Recreate so many of his pictures.
He continues to be a key figure in the occult and is a focus for those engaged in the battle between good and evil. This was a battle that was to play a crucial part in Crowley's childhood. Aleister Crowley was born in 1875 into a wealthy brewing family. It was the height of the Victorian era, and his devoutly religious parents constantly warned him about the dangers of temptation and the terrible consequences of sin.
His family were members of the Plymouth Brethren sect. Now, the Plymouth Brethren were radical Protestants. You might even say pathologically anti-pleasure. They believed
it was 100 for
the
everything
literal truth of the Bible. This included in particular the Book of Revelations, which is a constant echo throughout Crowley's imagination, his theology, if you want to call it that. He seems to have been devoted to his father. They used to travel the country together while his father preached in a fairly unorthodox fashion.
Yeah, 70 would get you pretty much anything over
Aleister
here.
was inspired by his father's evangelizing.
I could do one of these for 70.
And his earliest ambition was to follow him and become a crusader for Christ. Then something happened that completely shattered his world. Crowley's father died suddenly, leaving Aleister...
Obviously trigger warning for some of the more depraved stuff that happens later on. If anybody feels uncomfortable, let me know and we can change it.
...is still only a boy of 11, bereft.
Just kidding, if you're uncomfortable, you don't belong in the cult. I'm totally joking. Totally
His
joking.
sorrow turned to anger. He grew to hate his mother, the church, and the pious tutors.
Yeah, that's what this is, guys.
School.
This is a pendant.
Crowley became increasingly rebellious. He set about attacking the thing which had made his childhood such a misery.
Jay, have you already seen this?
I had arrived at the conclusion that the Plymouth Brethren were an exceptionally detestable crew. I wanted sin, a supreme spiritual sin, but hadn't the slightest idea how to go about it.
He really could not bear his mother. And the first opportunity, when he was a teenager, he had the maid on his mother's bed. And obviously felt that this was a kind of revenge. He developed a tremendous state of resentment about his family and all the family background. And so, from the beginning, you see, Crowley sort of had a pretty good kind of background in revolt.
Crowley failed to distinguish himself during his school days, apart from getting expelled from Cambridge after catching gonorrhea from a prostitute. At Cambridge, Crowley finally broke free from the shackles of his upbringing. He published his own poetry, revealing a rapidly developing obsession.
Nice, Jay.
When Celia comes to Earthquake's hour, the bed vibrates like kettle drums.
Oh yeah, true crime version of this. We'll watch that too.
When Celia farts, my hasty nose sniffs up the fragrance of her parts.
Hang on, you have to hear this.
And the rooms when Celia farts.
You have to hear this. A title or a poem by Aleister Crowley entitled "When Celia Farts."
Own poetry, revealing a rapidly developing obsession with sex.
When Celia comes, 'tis Earthquake's hour. The bed vibrates like kettle drums. It is a grand display of power when Celia comes. When Celia farts, my hasty nose sniffs up the fragrance of her parts. Shamed are the violets and the rooms when Celia farts.
Crowley's poetry was so pornographic that he would have been prosecuted for obscenity had he not taken the precaution of publishing it abroad under a false name.
Crowley had the natural appetite for sex you might expect from someone in their adolescence. There was something different about Crowley, though. I think there was he was developing a compulsion. Part of that compulsion seemed to be a compulsion.
You gotta send us some of your crochet work with
a form of blasphemy,
or send it in the Discord.
Spitting in the eye of the Christian Church.
Isn't that a lovely poem?
It was at Cambridge that Crowley first became fascinated with magic and the occult. He heard that there were secret societies whose members practiced dark and forbidden rituals. Crowley was intrigued and was desperate to access this hidden world. At the age of 21, a large trust fund freed him from any financial worries. He decided to leave Cambridge to pursue his quest to become a black magician. After 2 years of searching, he finally found what he was looking for. The Golden Dawn was a secret society dedicated to the study and practice of the occult.
The Hermetic
Its
Order.
exclusive upper-class membership included many famous artists and intellectuals of the day.
He discovers the Golden Dawn. It's from here on really that he feels he's really onto something. This is something brand new. It's fresh. Bram Stoker's involved. Yates is involved. The sort of literary sort of society.
Bram Stoker and William Yates. Yes, Dracula's Bram Stoker. And yes, that William Yates.
Quite a lot. He wants to be part of that as well. And he rapidly rises through the magical grades like nobody else has gone through them before. He seems to take to this literally like a fish to water. This seems to be his vocation.
For Crowley, who was now referring to himself as the Beast 666, the Golden Dawn turned out to be a bitter disappointment. He thought that they were playing at magic and tried to take the society over. He clashed with the poet W.B. Yeats, who was a prominent member, calling him a lank, disheveled demonologist.
This was the real major step for Crowley when he thought that he was leaving behind the Golden Dawn and all its sort of milk and water magic and moving into the world of sort of real magic. And he was perfectly willing to take on black magic. He was willing to use any forces that he possibly could, that he could control.
Crowley decided to perform the Abra Melon, a black magic ritual that no magician had dared undertake for centuries.
Crowley's so dedicated to performing the Abramelin ritual that he actually goes to the length of seeking out and finding the perfect place and buying a house to do the actual ritual in.
On the lock.
Just actually to do this ritual, and it's in Loch Ness, Boleskine House. This is such an extreme thing to do.
Now owned by Nicolas Cage. The house that Aleister Crowley practiced his black magic in has been traded through the hands of Jimmy Page of The Doors, Nicolas Cage, Aleister Crowley, and a few other notable names who all had very, very equal interests in subject matter regarding the occult.
This is not
Dungeon in the basement and all.
a game. I think he's trying to break down, he's trying to push further than anyone else has been before.
What up, Brennan?
At the moment, his yardstick is the Golden Dawn, so he's already
Right,
shattering that completely.
The Abramelin dates back to the 14th century. The aim of the 6-month ritual is to master demons, but it was considered extremely dangerous. If the ritual went wrong, it was believed that evil spirits could be set loose and take possession of the magician.
The Abramelin ceremony has an introduction which states that nobody should perform this ceremony. Red rag to a bull with Aleister. Crowley, at a time when he did it, had a lot of determination to delve as deeply as he could into the occult. He certainly did do partially the Abramelin ceremony in the house, which is to do with conjuring up one's guardian angel.
I was.
In order to do that, you've got to release a lot of other spirits of one sort or another. Even in broad daylight, the room he was working in became almost pitch dark, and he had to light candles and this sort of thing to continue what he was about.
Deep mouthed from their thrones, deep-seated, the choirs of the eons declare the last of the demons, the kingdom is thine to inherit.
What I
That is another picture I want to recreate.
The man, actually, I don't think mixed a great deal with the locals, but they knew what he was about. Crowley never made any secrets about the sort of individual that he was.
Right here, like this.
And North
Over
of
the
Scotland
ribs.
being the way it is, there's still some sort of healthy superstitions floating about.
Cheapest piece?
And yeah, I mean, there were some people who wouldn't even walk past this place.
Would be like one of these guys that we could do for
I have a
70,
healthy respect
75.
for what the occult can do and how it can really muck up your life.
Crowley, in his absolutely typical way, broke off the ritual. He just couldn't be bothered to go on, because it really is pretty exhausting, you know.
Couldn't be bothered to finish it.
And getting up at 3 o'clock in the morning with invocations and all kinds of things. It's nothing so much as like being a monk, only harder. And so Crowley gave it up. If you do that kind of thing, you get possessed, in a certain sense.
So hot.
Things get inside you and use you for their purposes.
It was at this point that Crowley met Rose Kelly, a young society lady. Courting scandal, he married her the day after they met.
Yep, Zach,
Took
like
her
I
off to
said,
Egypt
literally
for the
any
honeymoon,
budget we can work with.
leaving
You
the
don't have to
Abramelin
keep
ritual
throwing out
unfinished.
numbers.
The honeymoon was a period of uninterrupted debauchery. Once in the first 3 weeks or so, Rose took some trifling liberty. I recognized the symptoms and turned her up and spanked her. She henceforth added the qualities of a perfect wife to those of a perfect mistress.
When I was in my late teens, Crowley's like an inspiration. He was somebody who was living a life that you wanted to live like. You wanted to be able to do what you wanted, you know, break down the taboos, break down the barriers. And there was somebody that had already done it, so they sort of become your own sort of personal guru.
We're at the Great Pyramid now. This is where Crowley and his wife came on their honeymoon.
See, and what I think is one of the coolest parts about Aleister Crowley is he did all of this in a time where you could still go into the pyramids, and he did black magic within the walls of the pyramids of Giza, and successfully, like on record with multiple people practiced magic on the inside of the pyramids of Giza, and if you know anything about the pyramids of Giza, that's what they're for. that's yeah. They'll get into that.
Inside the Queen's chamber.
Inside the Queen's chamber.
Just for Crowley really to show off and show what a great magician he is to his wife. They must have done this on their own. Him and Rose.
You can still go into some parts on tour, but
that's been quite an eerie thing to do.
By torchlight.
This is it. This is the King's chamber.
Oh, I don't think he's supposed to be in there.
I wanted my wife to see what a great magician I was. We went accordingly after dinner with candles. I had with me a small notebook in which was written the preliminary invocation of the Goetia.
The Goetia is a grimoire. It's probably the closest thing to a black magic book. It's the lesser key of Solomon. It's got nothing to do with invoking.
Nope, not allowed to, J-Dog.
It's got nothing to do with anything spiritual. It's purely to raise demons and nothing else.
It's purely black magic and nothing else.
I invoke thee, the bornless one. Thee that hast created the earth and the heavens. Thee that hast created a light.
Also something I would very much like to do. Just like, can y'all imagine like my deep voice doing that in there? Yep. We're doing it. We're gonna get yep. Yep. We still got 2 hours, a long time till special time. It's only one.
Back in Cairo.
You walk into a dark room, yeah, it's like as above, so below. I'd like to learn some hymns and stuff that I could do like that. Super low tones.
The turning point in Crowley's life.
Rose got into a strange state of mind. I had never seen anything like it before. She kept on repeating dreamily, yet intensely, "They are waiting for you. They are waiting for you."
When Crowley asked Rose who was waiting, she kept repeating that it was Horus, an Egyptian god. Crowley was puzzled and irritated by his wife's bizarre behavior. She knew nothing of magic and even less of Egyptology. Surely she, of all people, was not receiving a message from the gods. Crowley decided to take Rose down to the Egyptian museum to test what she was saying. Rose had never visited the museum before. To Crowley's amazement, she rushed through rooms full of ancient artifacts until suddenly she stopped dead. There he is. It was an image of the same god she claimed to have seen in her vision. Crowley was stunned. What could this mean? Rose told him that they had to go back to the hotel room and wait to find out.
There seems to be that instance back in the museum in Cairo when he went to look at this exhibit, which
God
was
of knowledge.
666. And after that, getting in touch with somebody that said they were the god Horus. I think at that point, something happened within his life. He opened himself up to a power that never ever left him, which he developed. And I believe he was the real thing. I believe that people that came into contact with him came into contact with that which was supernaturally evil.
Yep.
He had given himself under that demonic control, and that demonic control could now affect him and could work through him.
I shall find you, I shall have you, I am coming back to you.
Crowley was about to receive a revelation that would make him the prophet of a new religion, giving him a charter to pursue a life dedicated to sex and magic, no matter what the consequences.
Also keep in mind, we don't follow along his teachings and his lifestyle like word for word or what he did, it'll make a lot of sense once it all gets put into perspective. Of course, again, they're just using the like most exacerbating, bombastic language they can. It's not all about fucking drugs and sex, even though that ended up what it was for him. Like we've talked about, you got to be careful not to go off the edge. You can dabble in practitioner on the dark side if you are willing to risk the repercussions, being that you may fully immerse yourself in them, but you need to be made aware of both sides if you're going to be anywhere near either one of them.
Aleister Crowley had dared to use black magic, but in all the rituals he had performed, he had failed to communicate with a demonic entity. He believed that this was necessary to become a supreme master of the occult who could harness the powers of darkness. At midday on the 4th of April, 1904, in a hotel room in Cairo, what?
Loud. So loud.
For all his life was about to happen.
What time is it? We'll do the drawings for the giveaway after this. So 10 more minutes.
Crowley heard an unearthly voice from over his left shoulder. For 1 hour, at precisely the same time over the next 3 days, Crowley said that the voice dictated to him the Book of the Law, the work that would become the Bible of his new religion.
Book of the Law.
The Book of the Law, it just really is ripping up everything. It's ripping up the Bible, it's ripping up the Quran, you know, it's ripping up all the holy books and saying, we're starting fresh now. This is the word of the new eon. We're going to peck out the eyes of Christ on the cross. It's very, very blasphemous. It's all about liberation. It's all about having no restrictions at all. You follow your path, you follow your goal in life, and you do that above all else.
The Book of the Law is the Bible of the religion Crowley was endeavouring to found. A book of inspired writings, whereby Crowley portrays himself as a medium for some higher force. Inevitably, with an egomaniac like Crowley, he finds himself cast in the central role.
The Book of the Law states, do what thou wilt shall be the whole of the law. In other words, people have the right to determine exactly how to live their lives, regardless of moral and religious boundaries.
Bullshit! No, it's not. Regardless of moral boundaries, no, they have to finish the fucking saying. Do what thou wilt shall be the whole of the law. Love is the law. Love under will. They left out the entire end of the fucking... just because Crowley chose darkness doesn't mean that's what the teachings taught. Fuck you. Okay, I'm done.
The prophet of this new creed, and a year later showed just how far he was prepared to take it when he set off to conquer one of the world's highest mountains. Crowley had started...
The giveaway is for cult members only. You have to be a member on the TikTok in order to do that, which is too late now, unfortunately. You have to subscribe on TikTok. Eventually we will have it available here as well when we monetize on here. Oh, you got out for... okay, so pretty much she said the very beginning of what our manifesto, if you want to fucking call it that, was, which is, do what thou wilt shall be the whole of the law, but left out the rest of the saying and said, this saying is how you can warp your morality to make it okay to do literally anything. And that's how Crowley justified all of the horrible things he did. But they, what's it called? Conveniently left out literally half of the saying, that it's do what thou wilt shall be the whole of the law. Love is the law. Love under will. So, literally means your basis should be love, and it should be the basis of your will, but depending on what you love, you can warp and manipulate things to what you see fit. they left out the entire ending part that lets people be good people with what this is teaching. It's not all the end-all be-all of you just end up a bad person. Jesus.
Started climbing as a teenager, scaling the perilous chalk cliffs of Beachy Head. In 1905, a year after the Great Revelation in Cairo, Crowley led the first attempt on the world's third highest mountain, Kanchenjunga. But the belief in the absolute supremacy of his will was to have terrible consequences.
Crowley was, in point of fact, a very good climber. He couldn't become known as one of the great climbers, but in this major expedition, the Kanchenjunga expedition, he deserted the rest of the party because they'd had some kind of a quarrel, and the quarrel was largely due to the fact that they didn't like the way that he tried to boss everybody around. And of course, Crowley simply went off saying, all right, you bastards, if you don't want me...
Right, yeah. Well, like we said, this documentary really touches on the fact that on the black magic, the dark stuff, all the very horrible things, and of course it's for TV media, so it's as dramatic and as bombastic as they can make it, like we keep saying.
Too bad.
But it's a good place to start with all the knowledge.
Descending the mountain face when an avalanche struck.
No, Zach, I've had this one for 8 years. The next bigger one
men, preferring to stay in his
is
tent,
$3,000 and about twice as big.
4 people were killed in the tragedy.
Crowley more or less saw what had happened and just let them die. Now that's sort of really unpleasant because he knew...
Yeah, Hollywood aspect, exactly.
As a climber...
Make it big, make it...
It was his job to help them.
That, again, but again, that's not to say that it didn't end up big. That's not to say that it didn't end up, wow, he was a horrible person. He ended up succumbing to the dark side of the practitioners that he set out to elicit. You know, at the beginning here, they're literally saying he sought out to become the beast, 666, as much as he could, but that's not how he started. This is talking about how he ended up, and of course a lot of that was fueled by drugs and fueled by literal troves and access to amphetamines, which causes megalomania, as seen by Little Mustache Man, who was also on amphetamines at the time, right around the same time, actually. So, yeah, I'll say that to the end of time, that oh god, almost fucking fell. The way that this is taught is up to you, how you put it into practice, and that's why it's do what thou wilt shall be the whole of the law. What you end up doing is the whole of your life, but you got to be careful what you end up fucking doing.
Him, as far as the climbing mode was concerned. From then on, he was untouchable.
For sure, Sam. Appreciate you being here.
Crowley set off on a trek across China with his wife Rose and their baby girl.
This is just a good place to start.
Vietnam, he abandoned his wife and took up with a mistress back in Shanghai. Rose was unable to cope on her own, and the child died of typhoid.
Yeah,
Crowley then deserted Rose for good.
He wasn't a
blaming her
good
for
person.
the death.
Again, this is later in his life.
Went mad. Back in England,
drugs.
Crowley found his first disciple, Victor Neuberg, a young Cambridge poet.
In the case of Neuberg, there was definitely a peculiar
I
kind
caught
of
my
homosexual
shoe
relation,
on the
and I'm
little
not just now talking about the ordinary
foam
physical
pad
thing.
down here.
Neuberg was in love with him. That's what I mean. He got mixed up with Crowley. Crowley saw there a far weaker character, plunged on Neuberg, and of course dragged him into this whole business of black magic.
You gotta be careful who you form bonds with. Some people are only there to use you.
Neuberg was subjected to a series of sadistic acts designed to test the poet's dedication to the beast. The two set off to Algeria to perform Enochian magic, a dark and dangerous set of occult rituals. They walked deep into the Sahara for 2 days until they reached the point of exhaustion.
I think the reason for the desert is it's so desolate, it's so isolated, that there's nothing for your consciousness to latch onto, there are no markings, there's no change in the desert. And I think this beats your consciousness into kind of a state of sensory deprivation. I think this is perfect for the sort of magic that Crowley was doing. This is what he wanted to do. And they really were stepping off into the unknown.
Disorientated by the effects of the desert and copious quantities of hashish and mescaline, Crowley and Neuberg embarked on the climax of the ritual, summoning Choronzon, the dweller of the abyss, seen within the occult world as the devil himself.
This particular ritual was extremely dangerous. They made no mistake. They were opening the gates of hell. The opening lines are Zazaz, Zazaz, Na Satana Zazaz. These words are literally to open the gates of hell.
He knew, and this sounds a weird thing to say, he knew that magic works. We don't believe in it nowadays, but in point of fact, all that you're really doing is trying to persuade forces that do exist outside this world to come into this world. And to do so, you have to serve as that passage yourself to a large extent. And that's the reason the magician gets inside a circle and stays inside the circle. Now, Crowley liked playing with fire. He drew the circle around Neuberg, and he himself was outside the circle. Well, magicians don't do that. It really is dangerous. People.
He fucking Full Metal Alchemist him. He Alphonsed him.
They suddenly hear voices inside their heads that they can't get rid of.
Y'all see why Full Metal Alchemist is one of my favorite animes now?
Now, Crowley, fortunately, was such a bastard that he was more or less immune.
That was him later in life. Look at how
fortunately
gross and like
he was more or less immune.
He stopped taking care of himself. He started doing drugs, eating in extreme amounts. Stopped taking care of himself. Went off the deep end, dark end, and yeah. So again, later in his life is when all the crazy, really bad stuff happened. At the beginning is some more sound in reality stuff, but obviously the further he pushed it, the further from reality he got. Or everyday reality.
Crowley gets seized with a passion to perform a sexual act, and Crowley is the passive partner in the sex act. And at the point of orgasm, Crowley has like a mystic revelation. He sees a blinding white light. He seems to commune with the secret chiefs, and he suddenly realises that sex can be a sacrament, can be in praise of the gods.
Sex magic.
It's like a shortcut. It's a short circuit to go straight in to achieve whatever you want to achieve magically.
And so begins the black magic. Black magic and sex magic, when mixed together, very, very bad things.
The effect of the rituals left Neuberg a shattered man. He never fully recovered from the experience. But for Crowley, this was the final piece in the jigsaw. He had now united his belief in the power of sex and magic into one occult vision. Crowley headed off to New York and threw himself into what he now called sex magic. He kept a detailed record of his exploits.
I had a Dutch prostitute, a muscular wolf type with a fine, fat, juicy yoni. She inspired in me a magnificent effort.
After the First World War broke out, Crowley offered himself to the British War.
Oh, it's the TV making that noise. It's a little staticky, and I was like, I swear I hear fucking air coming from somewhere. It's the TV.
Rejected by the intelligence services, he decided that instead he would support the Germans.
Crowley began issuing propaganda on behalf of the Germans for German-owned American newspapers. Crowley's defense being that he was deliberately writing such absurd nonsense that it made the German cause look ridiculous to the American people. The best example of this is probably an open letter that Crowley published addressed to Zeppelin.
A giant Zeppelin leaves its base for a night raid. See how defenseless this city will lie beneath the gaze of a hawk.
The Germans have decided to make the damage as widespread as possible. A great deal of damage was done in Croydon, where my aunt lives. Unfortunately, her house was not.
Right, yeah.
Count
That's why I have to
Zeppelin
have music or
requested
TV
to try
going at all
again.
times.
The exact address is.
I hear the
Eaton
fan
Lodge,
in my
Outfell
mini
Road.
fridge in my room. I'm gonna take a rip real quick.
Denounced by the British press as a traitor, Crowley decided that it was time to fulfill his role as a prophet of the religion that he now called Thelema. Crowley needed a place to practice Thelema, and set off across Europe to find somewhere away from the prying eyes of Edwardian England. He eventually stumbled across a ramshackle farmhouse in Cefalù, northern Sicily. Unprepossessing as it was, this was to be Crowley's temple.
Going back in style doesn't have to break the...
Was that the end of the first part? Yeah, it was, wasn't it? Okay, we're gonna do the drawing. Oh god. Alright, hang on, let me pull up. How many subscribers we have. Alright. Did we ever decide if we're gonna do first place prize first? We didn't do first place prize or second place prize first? Do second place first. Okay. Let me pull up the random number generator. There are 44 subscribers. There will be 2 clicks. The first click will be for second place, which is an entry into the raffle. Not a bad fucking second place, if you ask me. Alright, hang on. Let me come over there. Let me move this box. Make sure everything's kind of in front. So, I have... So, to show you what we're going to be doing and show you what it looks like, all of our cult members are here. It's not all of them. You can go to the next page. But how we are going to do it is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and so on. 6, 7, 8, 9, blah, 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 blah. Not this way. We're going to go this way. And then the next page starts over in the same spot. So, are you ready? Hang on, we got to get some music going too. And I like doing that. I like doing suspense like that. Oh wait, god damn it, we can't play copyrighted music. I was gonna play a hype song. Wait, I wonder if you can type in hype lo-fi or hype house. Is there hype house live? Ew, what is that? Get that out of my face. What the fuck are those things? Hype house music. Oh god, it's just gonna keep giving me... Sorry, y'all know I like suspense. Let's do house music. Is there a live? Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh jeez. I'm so sorry. This is too much suspense. Yes, house music live stream. Oh god. course, it gives us fucking 2 ads before it
When we
plays.
shed
That's hilarious.
artificial expectations and choose a simple path.
Alright, once the music starts, we will do our first click for second place.
Less
Go,
sets you
go,
free.
go. Hopefully it's good music. Oh, it's really gonna do that thing. I have to start it over. Watch. It's not gonna do commercials. There we go. All right. Hang on. Can I zoom in? Oh, thank God. Okay. I was gonna be sad if we had to fucking do that very small thing. All right. First click. For second place, 24. Okay, that's an easy number. That's not. Actually, that's like right in the middle. That is kind of a lot to count, but it makes it even better. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Uh-oh, wait, hang on. We're gonna keep going with the same rules. I didn't know. Wait, what the fuck is it doing? Why does it have. That's so dumb. Hang on, y'all, 1 sec. Yes, hello. I would like to see all of the subs. Okay, we're gonna do it here, and we know for a fact there's 2 there and then 1 here. Jesus, if we. Okay. So, number 24. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, because there's 2 down here. 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, and 24. David Hernandez is second place. If we don't hear from David, we will redraw. Not tonight. If we don't, we'll redraw. We'll redraw eventually. If we don't hear from them tomorrow or the next day, we'll redraw that. But if David Hernandez is in here, congratulations to you on second place. We'll do again, and the next click is for first place. Let's get the music back going. All right. Yeah. All right, next is first place. Give us a low number. 26. Literally 2 away from it. Which is 1, 2. Mithril Maverick. Mithril Maverick. Let me get a picture of that as well. We got David Hernandez in second and Mithril Maverick in first. If they are not in chat, we will give them... How long should we give people? 24 hours until the next stream? Or a little bit longer than that? Oh God, my hair is so knotted right now. Hang on, let me get my hair unknotted. The next giveaway will be even bigger. We will add a third place. I think that's a good idea for the next one. Congrats, winners! Thank you all for joining. The next giveaway we'll do when we monetize, which hopefully won't be too much longer. I will try and message. Actually, what I'll do is hopefully there's a few videos on these people's accounts. Can I? Oh, I can click on their accounts. Hang on, let me leave a comment and be like, hey, yo. Okay, yeah, I'll do that later. I'll drop a comment on their videos and say they have 24 hours to respond to claim their prize. 48? Okay, 48 hours. I was gonna say, yeah, because 24 is kind of short. I'll drop a message on each. I think David actually. Oh wait, no, that was from earlier. 8 and 9. Y'all saw firsthand just how. I don't know why it goes from this. It's like, yeah, nice. Look at all of our. And then you're like, cool, yeah, show me more of them. Why? Why would it do that? But see, remember I said there was 2 down here. I counted correctly. Just wanted to let y'all see that as well. I'm probably gonna make our own list. The only thing about that is I don't know if this updates. I don't know if this updates whenever people unsubscribe. You know? Because we have all of our subs here, and I don't know 8-1. So I guess we'll see if Silverback is still right here at this first spot at the first of the month. And if they don't resub, then I don't know. Or if they do resub, I don't know if it puts them back to the end of there. Who knows? But again, the next giveaway will be when we monetize. That is not long from now. We're halfway to the needed hours for that. If y'all want to help get our next giveaway to happen quicker, make sure all of those extra devices. Wow, my hair is so tangled. Make sure those extra devices are tuned in to that playlist that I have on the page. Oh, are you congratulating the winners, Lucy? Yeah, that did so good, right? Yeah. Oh god, hang on. Let me take this out. Let me put how it's made back on. If I don't get this knot out, it's just gonna make it worse. Congratulations to the winners again. 48 hours and we will redraw if we don't hear back from them. Honestly, in 48 hours we might have our next giveaway already. Also, this is what I look like with my hair done. I've got a lot of fucking hair, obviously. And it's probably very wild right now. I need to wash it. Like I say, I don't wash it often, but I can tell it needs a washing right now. I look even more like Rob Zombie, right? Honestly, should start wearing my hair like this. I just wear my hair like I do typically, because like I always say, I accidentally damaged my hairline when I had locks. And have been doing the pompadour to let that hair grow back and to give it a little bit of ease. Oh, hi, Lucy. Yeah, you're real pretty. Alright, there was part 1.
Boy goes strong. Boy comes 000. How strong do you want it?
Oh yeah, I won't wear it while I'm blowing glass like this.
Aleister Crowley may just be one of the most interesting men who ever lived. He was.
Oh right, yeah. We said no, that's not it, and then we went to. Oh, we went to put a documentary in. There was part 1, and then part 2 played after. Yeah.
A book of the law proposed, without lived through or practiced. Crowley must have had in his mind the hope that this was the beginning of his new religion.
Crowley set up the abbey in 1920 with his latest mistress, Leah Herzig, their newborn baby, and a motley band of followers from around the world.
I need to get my
Crowley
comb
met
real quick.
Leah in New York when she was only 19. She was totally dedicated to him and was prepared to do anything he asked of her.
I dedicate myself wholly to the great work. I will work for wickedness. I will kill my heart. I will be shameless before all men. I will freely prostitute my body to all creatures.
See? The dark sides. The dark parts.
It's amazing to
You gotta
think
be careful
that,
who you allow
80 years ago, Crowley came here with his disciples to
into your heart and your mind.
Spiritual college, and really just to live a completely different way of life, his own unique way of life. They were going to break through all the constraints that were sort of tying them up in England. Amazing to think that this was here. He had his children here and several disciples and several of his mistresses, and they all lived under one roof. The whole point of living here was to completely clear yourself and discover your true will, and Crowley was the man who could help you do that.
The disciples performed sex magic rituals under the influence of hashish, opium, and cocaine. They even had a dog called Satan.
They even had a dog called
It was
Satan.
an experiment in a different kind of living. There were piles of drugs on the table. The children ran around naked and were allowed to sort of come into the room while adults were having sex. Crowley believed that if you gave man absolute freedom to do exactly what he wanted, this could do nothing but good.
No.
It was evidently not the most pleasant place to stay. The members were...
Yes, I know you're not
prone
supposed to brush it from the top to the bottom, but I have to
discomforts of
get it
various
started with how
kinds,
long my hair is.
most of which could only be alleviated by faith in Crowley himself and the ready supply of drugs, which Crowley made sure were readily available.
Yep.
Amongst all of this, you have to imagine that there was also a family atmosphere.
Yep.
Albeit...
That's why I said you gotta be
very
careful
dysfunctional
calling
one.
it family.
Think Charles Manson rather than the Waltons, I think. When Crowley first arrived here with his followers and set up base camp, it absolutely rocked the Sheffield's kind of the whole village. Because they'd never seen someone behave in this way before. They've never even seen it.
Yeah, I need to wash my hair, and then I'll brush it in the shower with, after I wash it. Makes it a lot easier. That's about as good as I'm gonna get it for now.
I was surprised when I first came here, knocked it up to the house, that it would be a very, very bad thing to do.
There's a couple pretty bad
I
knots
think
in there.
people are genuinely sort of frightened of the actual building.
Aaron Paramore first came to Sicily on a kind of occult pilgrimage and was amazed at what he found inside the now derelict abbey.
Okay.
It's going to take a walk through.
How long did I have locks? Wow. Since from 2012 until like 20.
Okay, now.
I still had them here. In this picture. You can see him actually a couple in the back. Let me get it close. This is when I had started taking him out, though I had bangs here. This was 2016, so 2011 or 2012 to 2017, so 5 years. And I grew my hair out for a year and a half before that. Oh, so this is how I put my hair up. I use one of these clips.
Very long tongue.
And I grab this side of the hair with it.
Fuck.
Use this hand and just go straight back with both
This is the
hands
place
and
that
knee in the
Crowley
back.
called the Nightmare Room. Disciples were given drugs
And then I
made to
crimp it
sit
and
and
pull
look at
forward a
Crowley's
little bit.
pornographic paintings on the walls.
To alleviate
The
the pressure
idea
in the
was
front.
that by doing this, they would lose all their fear and repression.
And you get that pompadour. You get that bump it. That lift.
As people at the Abbey continue to lose their inhibitions, the sex magic rituals Crowley asked.
Yeah, the only thing the locks really did is make it all different lengths all throughout my hair. Unfortunately, they're very, very randomly length still, like even on the top of my head as well. Just because of the different lengths I had to cut them out at. And oh, I've never shown you all my dreadlocks, have I? I still have them. The piece, yeah, I'll show you that before I touch my dreadlocks, because some people don't like that. Some people think. Oh, sorry, I said dreadlocks, didn't I? I meant locks. It's still, it slips, just like calling myself he, him every now and then, or using masculine stuff. It slips. And you recognize it's not the correct term, and it's not okay to say, and you move on. My locks. It's pretty much the exact same thing. You grow up doing something, calling one thing for your entire life, and then you realize you shouldn't do that anymore. So long as you realize you shouldn't do it anymore and you're trying your best not to, then you're okay in my book. Yeah, self-made layers pretty much, but it's not the healthy self-made layers at all. I literally was ripping them in half, like as far down as I could. I'll give you all a visual representation. Like I said, I still have them. Yes, here are my locks. Kind of creepy, I know. I'll show you how long they were though. They were so clean. I had them nice and tight. Every single one was so well done. Looks like a fucking big spider, right? Looks like a... I keep them because I tell myself I'm gonna make like a sock pup, like a sock monkey out of them or something. And you can't just throw this away. It's the same thing with like why I don't cut my hair. There's a lot of energy in these, not to be cliche about it, but the energy I mean is that I had these for so long that they've seen a lot of things that I have seen as well. Where's the longer ones? Okay, yeah, here's one of the longer ones. This is how long they were. Honestly, about half as long as my hair is now. And I had bangs at the same time, so I had bangs that went over this way and then hair out the back. I don't know if I have any pictures. I don't have any pictures on hand, but... Jay, yeah, so there's a little button that it's live chat as well. There's live chat or top chat that you also have to make, but live chat is the constant one. But yeah, these are my locks. Hours and hours and hours spent pulling each one of these hairs in, and there's still a bunch of hairs just sticking out of them. Yes. Oh, I dyed them purple one time. But yeah, I thought about making a wig with these. I've thought about making a sock puppet or a sock monkey, you know. But yeah, locks. It's a lot of hair. This right here is like a pound of hair, and it did eventually actually get heavy on my neck, as well as my hairline. That's why my hairline is like this. If you've ever wondered, wow, they've got an interesting fucking widow's peak. Yeah, it's because I fucked up my hair pulling it way too tight with dreadlocks. I did it again with locks. God damn it. My brain works too fast for my mouth. Preserve one in a resin necklace. I ain't giving this to nobody. This is, you gotta be careful with stuff like this. There's enough hair to do a whole bunch of stuff with this. There'll be fucking voodoo dolls and pin cushion puppets all over the place. I've thought about making a wig with them too. Eventually, we can put one in Marley's hair. It'll match Marley's.
More and more extreme.
Probably the most controversial and lurid episode in the whole Cefalù period is the attempted copulation between one of his Scarlet Women, Leah Herzig, and a goat. Now, supposedly, at the time of orgasm, the goat was to mount Leah Herzig, and at the time of orgasm, it was to have its throat cut. You can wonder whether what he was trying to do was A, to test the dedication of his disciples, to see how far he could push them. Perhaps he also thought it would be a good show. I mean, Crowley was dedicated to novelty.
That's not what you want to do with people who trust you.
To most people.
The goat, the symbol, of course, of Satan. Normal man is repulsed by this sort of thing, and we wonder what actually can bring human beings to this. And I think what had happened was that in the Abbey, they had sated or satisfied so many of their appetites that all the time they were going just that bit further until eventually,
just like drugs,
they were copulating with animals. And I suppose when you get to that stage, it is...
You're too far gone at that point.
Symbolic of the depth of evil.
Things started to go wrong at the Abbey. Crowley struggled with his growing drug addiction. Leia had a nervous breakdown. But what
Because of
Crowley
drugs, most
called
likely.
great work had to go on.
People who use the word I are encouraged to cut themselves in order to remind themselves that they don't have an identity. Crowley was there destroying people's egos.
It turned
That was part of the
into
experiment.
an actual cult.
He was liberating them from
themselves,
their conventional upbringings.
Yep.
Raoul Loveday was an Oxford graduate who broke away from his middle-class background and came to Sicily with his wife. He wrote to his parents that he was happier at the Abbey than he had ever been. But Loveday fell ill and died after allegedly drinking the blood of a cat sacrificed in a ritual. His wife left Sicily and went straight to the British press.
Crowley's little squalid piece of heaven collapsed due to one of the earliest tabloid attacks, which rather than attacking Crowley's...
A little voodoo doll or a cult? I'm kidding.
Mind control camp it was, which probably wouldn't have made sense to people.
But wouldn't a little voodoo doll made out of one of those blocks be so fucking cute? You just bend it over halfway, and then the little knot at the top is the head, and then you have two little legs on it. Little lock legs.
It's kind of dark, devil-worshipping, orgy-ridden den of human sacrifice, which it wasn't. Eventually, of course, it was Mussolini who kicked his little crew out.
Literally, the fascist Mussolini was like, "Hey, yeah, I think y'all are doing a little too much. Y'all gotta get out of Italy."
Deserted by Crowley, Leia Herzig sank into prostitution. Other disciples went mad. One committed suicide. The dream was over. Crowley was now public enemy number one, the wickedest man in the world. Crowley's attempt to start a new religion in the Abbey of Thelema had gone disastrously.
I just realized the camera scooted over again.
The wickedest man in the world was sealed. The last years of the great beast's life were spent living from hand to mouth. His fortune was long gone and his disciples had deserted him.
Almost tripped again.
He moved from one set of temporary lodgings to another and finally ended up in a boarding house in Hastings. His life of excess had left him with nothing but chronic heroin addiction and infamy.
Cefalù's come and gone, and there's almost like an irony to it that he's come here really where old people die. The great beast 666, the wickedest man in the world, is now residing in a boarding
it's a lot further than it looks.
A lot of other old people.
It does get the TV hot every now and then.
Been through absolute hell and back, you know. He's gone for the devil and he's come back again. And is he a wise old man, or is he a sad, lonely heroin addict in a room?
In 1934, Crowley began a libel case against a writer who described him as a black magician. He was desperate for money and believed he might be awarded damages. Examples of Crowley's pornographic poetry were read out in court, and then the wife of Raoul Loveday, the young man who died...
I would not be opposed to having reading nights as well. Wouldn't be against reading to y'all. I've got some great selections, such as Diary of a Drug Fiend by none other than Aleister Crowley. We've got a couple other of Crowley's works, a couple other really, really good books that I would not mind
Abbey of Thelema
reading from.
Gave evidence of Crowley's depravity. The judge was appalled,
Liquid oxygen, yeah.
saying that in 40 years
a lot
of
of
justice,
glass blowers
he'd
actually
never
use
heard
liquid
of
oxygen.
such wickedness. Crowley lost the case and ended up bankrupt. But even after such a humiliating defeat, his extraordinary magnetism was undiminished.
After a court case that Crowley loses, a young woman called Deidre McCallum comes up to him and says, I want to have your child, basically. And Crowley agrees, and they go off together, and they perform a ritual.
And Crowley agrees.
Son, a sort of a magical heir for Crowley. And they perform various rituals, and they do have this son, and his name's Aleister Atherton.
Well, after he took me in his arms on the doorstep, that beastly lodging which had lace curtains into the door, I don't know where it was now. He said, I want you and I want your child. Well, I wanted a child, and I just started from then. And then he came round and saw me often. He had to give up drugs. Pretty well give up drugs for 6 months. 3 months. Because he couldn't conceive very easily. Well, I suppose I conceived. He did the other thing, but...
Oh, that was funny.
That was the only child.
She got jokes. Did y'all hear that?
In the everyday concept.
She goes, well, I suppose I conceived. He did the other thing. That's a double-ended sword, probably meaning he was very lazy in bed, but also that, yeah. Good joke. Good joke.
Loved, whom he wanted to see have a future. It wasn't until the end of his life that I really.
A sweater with locks.
The kind
Lock
of
sweater.
life most men would have wanted.
Perhaps
That was
for the
his
first
daughter,
time,
by the way.
Crowley was beginning to question what his life had really amounted to.
That last picture.
Have I ever done anything of value? Or am I a mere trifler, existing by a series of ships of one kind or another, a wastrel, a coward, a man of straw? I can find no answer whatsoever. The obvious verdict being guilty every time.
From an early age, Crowley had been obsessed with sex. He came to believe that it was the key to magical fulfillment. So when he wrote in his diary, weak erection, he knew that the end was
Ah! Did you hear him?
There was no tears pouring down AC's face whatsoever. We talked the whole day before, and the whole next day that he died until he went into a coma, which he did very quietly. And then the day after, when he did die, there was this strange thing that happened again to the curtains. Very still day, the curtains blew out across the room, and there was a great peal of thunder, which was, I think, the gods greeting him.
Imagine if your grandma just out of nowhere was like, yeah, I married Aleister Crowley, or not married, I had Aleister Crowley's child. That's your uncle. What? Excuse me? Imagine that being your fucking family lineage. But you want to know who actually is this part of the family lineage? The royal family and George H.W. and George W. Bush, which is part of an elaborate set of conspiracies surrounding Aleister Crowley as well.
Rotten as I am in 1,000 ways, I had been chosen by the gods to bring to Earth the basic world in which mankind will work for the next 2,000 years or so. I assure you, the world is ready for this move.
Oh.
They found a new room with the general was now.
Oh.
Drugs guru Timothy Leary went tripping in Crowley's footsteps. And the Rolling Stones were drawn to him by the underground filmmaker Kenneth Anger.
The Stones found Kenneth Anger, who in turn introduced them to the world of Aleister Crowley, which at least for a time seemed, heaven sent's probably the wrong word, but certainly seemed to suit the direction they were heading, which was unquestionably infernal.
The Stones' flirtation with the dark side was brief, but since the 60s, the occult has seen an explosion in popularity.
I make everything.
There are now thousands of occult websites on the internet, with many dedicated to the Great Beast.
For devotees of Crowley, it's possible to certainly see a lot of the things he predicted, prophesied, as having come to pass. Certainly Christianity's grip over what we can and can't say, what we can and can't think, what we can and can't do, is diminishing.
Today, Crowley's followers believe that he was a true prophet because he foresaw a society that has now embraced ideas of sexual and spiritual freedom. Others are not so sure.
I think today modern occultism sees a very watered-down version of Crowley. They gloss over some of the atrocious things that he did, and they just want to see him as a benign humanist, somebody who said, let's be free, let's go.
We can very much hold fast that he was one of the worst people that you may encounter studying history to come across, while also understanding some of his teachings were actually very sound and very based in reality. Yeah, you gotta be careful about who you say you model things after and what we model things after. We do not model what we're doing after this man. We model what we're doing after just the core principle of his teachings. Let me repeat that. We do not model what we're doing after this man. We model what we're doing off the core teachings of his principles, being, do what thou wilt shall be the whole of the law. Love is the law, love under will. We're going to make sure that love stays forefront. We're going to make sure we don't. I mean, obviously, the dark side is this and that, but there's aspects of the dark side that you don't come back from, and we're not going to do those things. We're not going to. It's kind of like enjoying art and separating the art from the artist. You can't really do that when the art is infused with what the artist believed and stuff like that. So while we're learning about these things, obviously I will continue to remind you that the stuff that we are learning about and the stuff that is being taught is very dangerous topics. And you want to stay on the moral side of those topics. You want to stay, even if you're studying the dark side, even if you're practicing in the darker side, you need to have basis in the light. We are beings of duality, and if you're going to walk into the darkness, you must also have an even amount of light to hold on to, or you will get lost in that darkness. A man can have sauce, but a man can also be lost in the same sauce. Lord Gucci 1-1. That's also a great reference if you know that reference. I really, really like you. It's a quote from Gucci Mane, and I use it often.
With the flow. And it is to deny an awful lot of evil.
Wait, what happened to the fingers?
In his practices. We should be
the crochet work, right.
about Aleister Crowley.
Crowley may have done some extreme things in his life.
The heart and the triangle on the wall is a symbol the band Him uses. Him stands for His Infernal Majesty. The star and the heart represent duality, literally exactly what we were just talking about. It means love and hate, but in one. So good and dark, feminine and masculine, good and evil. We are beings of duality, and that is a symbol that represents both sides of it. Again, a lot of what we're talking about right now has to deal with duality and equivalent exchange, and making sure things are balanced when approaching things that could potentially unbalance you. So yeah, little one side and the other, dark and evil, yin yang, good and evil, light and day. Yeah.
Was he truly evil? Does he really deserve his reputation as the wickedest man in the world?
Crowley never called himself the wickedest man in the world. From a fairly early age, Crowley wanted to see himself as the great beast 666, simply because he wanted to see himself.
Y'all saw that piece though, right? I was talking the entire time through it.
From his mother.
That little mushroom piece.
Crowley was a victim.
We're gonna do another
of his
one of
own
those.
idea of Christianity. Probably, if Crowley had been born into a modern environment where he didn't have to be a Christian or anything of the sort, I think that half of his force would have disappeared because he wouldn't have had anything to brace himself against, to fight against, to hate.
And that's where we're at now. We're on the cusp of not having to rebel against the religious force at the moment. It's on its way out, and I think the dynamic of his teachings with religious fundamentalism in the United States and around the world, it's a very interesting time to be learning about stuff like this, about mental freedom, about religious freedom, about sexual freedom, about freedom in general, about the will and the will to do things and willing them to do, or willing them to be, not to do. How much for a mushy pendant? We could do one pretty cheap.
Was spent affirming his freedom.
If you just want mushrooms on it, we could just do like 25 ships, something super simple. If you want it to be a little more complicated, we can do one that's on, you know, when you I don't know if you know when you grow them, but they grow on little coco coir things on the small versions, on the small scale ones, and I want to do little coco coir blocks or square and do one coming out of the top of that. That would be a little bit more expensive, but obviously is more detailed. Probably closer to 50 for something like that. It would obviously be bigger though, but if you just want just like a cluster pendant, just like something like this with a bail on it, then just like $25, yeah.
In defiance of his family, Victorian morality, and the Christian church. But the desire to exert his own free will became an obsession and a license to live his life to outrageous extremes.
Combined the both
Crowley's
yet.
beliefs ultimately proved to be as damaging to himself as they were to others.
Yep.
He didn't seem to understand that a philosophy of do exactly what you want doesn't really work for 99% of people.
Yep.
If you took away all laws, all restraints, and all the rest of it, his society would suddenly turn into a pretty horrible mess.
I don't know what that is.
Crowley's attempts to establish a new religion left him bankrupt.
Hey, gamer. Or hey, Zach, cheers.
But he has left an extraordinary legacy of a life pushed to the absolute limit.
Crowley ultimately...
Another person that I liken to Aleister Crowley that I also deeply respect is Hunter S. Thompson, who is actually what this symbol is from. It's when Hunter Thompson ran for the sheriff of Aspen. I don't know if you guys have actually ever heard this story in the first place. Why I have this tattoo and why that fist has two thumbs. So, Aleister Crowley. Hunter Thompson ran for the sheriff of Aspen when he lived there, and that was the symbol for his campaign. And he said he wanted a symbol that was immediately recognizable as a freak. And he said anybody with 2 thumbs is immediately recognizable as a freak. And we wear our freak flags with pride, he says. And so that became the symbol for his campaign to become sheriff of Aspen. He did not win, but a lot of it is very symbolic to me. It's very meaningful to me as well. There's a peyote button in the center of it. Imagery taken from the Black Power movement, of course. Put towards the grassroots free love movement at the time. But yeah, we'll also learn about Hunter Thompson. A good place to start is Aleister Crowley, because it explains why Hunter Thompson is also a lot of the reason why he is. Oh, yeah, it's so good. You want to put your hands here? Come here. No, you don't want to put your hands here. You want to put your hands here. Hi, baby. Because Hunter Thompson also was a fan of Crowley. Johnny Depp is also the way that Johnny Depp is because of Aleister Crowley and Hunter Thompson. Oh, you give me a hug? I'm not even holding her up anymore. She's literally just leaning up against me. But yeah, that's what this is. I want to get a big poster, an original poster at some point, hopefully. But 2-thumbed fist is immediately recognizable as a freak, and we wear our freak flags with pride around these parts.
As magnetic and exciting as he is repellent, there are aspects of his character which are very difficult to admire.
Very similar stories, actually.
He was childish,
except
he was unpleasant to
Hunter Thompson
many
didn't
people
push it
most
as
admired
far.
him.
He
But
pushed it
above
pretty
and
far.
beyond that, Crowley was and is mythic, and there are aspects of this myth which are very, very positive.
Yep.
I find it difficult not to stand in awe of his appetite for life, his vigour, his determination to challenge himself and the world around him.
Yep.
Crowley wasn't afraid of anything or anyone.
Bury me in the nameless grave. I came from God, the world to save. I brought them wisdom from above, worship and liberty and love. They slew me, so be my grave without a name, but earth may swallow up my shame.
We're gonna still perfume this.
Masters of Darkness next Tuesday is on later at 11:05. There's a taster of that coming up in a moment.
So that's a good introduction. Now we'll go into a little bit more
Is the weather
depth of the teachings and some of the different stuff that he did. I think a few of these are going to be copyrighted, so that is unfortunate, but... Okay, so the extraordinary origins of modern pagan witchcraft and its origins with the Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn and Aleister Crowley.
It's a hugely diverse religious society, but of all the faiths practiced here, only one is truly British. Modern pagan witchcraft, otherwise known as Wicca. Wicca is one of the fastest growing religions in the world. Its followers call themselves witches, worship a goddess of nature, and believe in the power to cast spells.
This probably is copyrighted.
Witches are among us. There's no doubt about it.
Let me grab some water real quick.
Long held presumption about us that we worship the devil. Oh no, we don't.
But the most extraordinary thing about Wicca is the story of how it was born. Because while it looks like an ancient folk religion, Wicca was actually developed in the 1940s by a middle-aged nudist from the New Forest called Gerald Gardner.
In one sense, he was highly devious. He wasn't a typical founder of a religion.
King of the witches. His hair goes this way, his beard goes that way.
He was witchcraft.
I'm Professor Ronald Hutton. As a historian of British paganism, I've been studying Wicca for over 20 years. In this film, I'm going in search of the truth about this secretive, magical faith. I want to find out how this extraordinary Englishman reinvented witchcraft, became Britain's first celebrity witch, and in the process created a new world religion.
It is not a fact that these meetings are really very largely sexual orgies. They're not. Not in the least.
Is chat frozen, or is y'all just being quiet? It's okay if y'all are being quiet, I just can't tell. Oh, Jay, yeah,
But in modern Britain, you are never far from a witch.
Depending on how simple we make it, not much, again, in the same realm of the mushroom pendant, so 25 to 50, depending on how detailed, closer to 50 if we do a key with it too. I think like a good actual lock size about that big, and then also a key about that big to match it would be fucking adorable. And I'm also gonna, yeah, I'm stealing that idea as well. Being quiet, okay.
Pointing hats, and they don't wear broomsticks, but they do cast
Which is okay,
spells,
that's fine. I
and
just
they
want to make sure I'm not
definitely
missing
believe
any
in
comments.
magic. And unless we're talking about Harry Potter, a lot of people find that problematic. To the public, Wicca is often seen as mysterious, secretive, maybe even dangerous. But is this fair? I've been studying Wicca for 2 decades.
There's too much fluff in this. What I can tell you is that it started with that man, was passed directly to organizations like the Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn, who built off it with the building blocks of the Knights Templar and the Knights of the Round Table, the secret society of the Freemasons as well. They modeled it after the secret societies that had already been in place, but worked in and incorporated magic or natural science, whether it was alchemy or magic, actual practicing, or black magic, sex magic. Again, it all kind of fell under the same thing. The different organizations started practicing the different things. The Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn was very, very Knights of the Round Templar, very, very just basic bro dude club, but with esoteric and Gnostic bases, so somewhat religious and somewhat you wouldn't even call it magical. It would be just like initiation rituals and things like you see in dude bro clubs today, like in the fucking military where they all go on a run and stuff like that. It's initiations and whatnot. Not all of them were actual magic. Crowley wanted to. Crowley was like, yo, no, this is about magic, right? And outgrew the Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn very quickly. And started, then traveled to America, the United States, because he actually was cast out of most places in Europe. For all the different things he started doing, like sex magic. They were like, yo, that's, as sexually liberated as Europe is, he thought he would just come to America and start doing it, which got him in even more trouble, or came to the US and started doing it, to be specific. But he brought the teachings of the Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn to America, to the US, and turned it into Thelma, the teachings of Thelma, the religion that he wanted to build, which involved people like Alan Parsons and L. Ron Hubbard, who we've talked about before. Alan Parsons being one of the head rocketeers during the formation of NASA, and L. Ron Hubbard being the creator of Scientology, who many also call a cult. So that was that whole 45-minute video in about 5. Obviously, you can tell I'm very passionate about these subjects. That was the autism on full display for you. Yeah, we can do some combinations of those two as well. Let me try and find the video specifically on Thelemanism, or the teachings of Thelema. Oh dang, this is an hour long. This is the symbol for Thelema, or Thelemanism. Honestly, let's just fucking put the whole hour-long one on. It might get copyright struck,
Does
but...
anyone here does not know who Aleister Crowley is? Never heard of Aleister? Okay. Anyone else?
I think this one might actually be the one
that knows work really well so well you wouldn't admit it in public?
God damn.
Aleister Crowley.
Aleister Crowley.
Aleister Crowley, the late Aleister Crowley, very good friend.
This is Edward Alexander Crowley, also known as Aleister Crowley.
I'm glad y'all like my info dumps.
The
wickedest man in the world.
The wickedest man in the world.
The wickedest man in the world by the London newspapers.
The man who called himself the Beast 666.
Golden Dawn's most notorious member was a self-confessed Satanist.
Others have affectionately dubbed him the most notorious old magician of the 20th century.
Absolutely, yeah. This is the documentary I like.
Just the crown.
Yes, because it incorporates all of the modern incorporations into modern media as well. This is the good documentary. This is the one. We're gonna watch this one. It will get it will get copyright struck, but I'll just take it out of the video later. Yeah, we'll be awake a while longer. We'll probably do a late night tonight. We still have at least half a tank of oxygen left, and we're learning about my favorite subjects. So, also, hang on. Let me show you something real quick. I'll be right back. I actually have not shown off my vinyl collection to many people, and I have an extensive vinyl collection, including almost every Beatles vinyl. Wow, look, it's One Direction. So, why I have this, though, is our good friend, Aleister Crowley. And what this is the Sgt. Pepper Lonely Hearts Club Band album, obviously by the Beatles. They put influential people all over, including Karl Marx. I'm looking through the camera to try to find it. Karl Marx. We've got Aleister Crowley over here. Little Mustache Man is actually on here as well. So people actually thought this was a very controversial album cover at the time, because of Little Mustache Man being on it, because of Aleister Crowley being on it, and as well as a few others who might not have been popular at the time, being Karl Marx and the like. But of course, there's people like Bob Dylan on there. So, a little bit of everyone, but also a very cool little moment, little knowledge fact there is that the Beatles are also ones who studied the teachings of Aleister Crowley. I have a very large vinyl collection. I'll show it to y'all sometime.
It was a significant part of that middle point of the 70s. Crowley was one of them.
Yeah, Edgar Allan Poe is on there as well. What the fuck? That's completely on accident. Completely on accident, 100% ironic. This is what we like to call synchronicities in the universe. When things like this happen, coincidences, you recognize them. This was not planned. I did not do this on purpose. But here's that little tidbit of information I was just giving you.
Sgt. Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club.
With some ominous music.
I can't think of any other occultist
on rock musicians than Aleister Crowley, even close.
And he personally bragged of having slaughtered 150 male children in 1 year. This is why he was called the wickedest man in the world.
And through putting himself in deep hypnotic trances and using drugs on himself, he wanted to become the most powerful being in the world.
He was responsible for founding the religion and philosophy of sexual magic, Thelenon, in which role he identified himself as the prophet entrusted with guiding humanity into the Aeon of Horus in the early 20th century.
The Aeon of Horus.
Freemason. It has its roots in Freemasonry and secret societies, which is essentially Luciferian doctrine. That is the sigil of Baphomet, the symbol.
He used to sign things as Baphomet.
In Freemasonry and secret societies, which is essentially Luciferian doctrine. That is the sigil of Baphomet, the symbol of Baphomet.
I found that the very hardcore of all these secret societies was the Kabbalah. A lot of the Kabbalah, a lot of ancient Egyptian deity as well.
In the Great Pyramid,
so combinations of most religions, most
to access
popular religions.
Do what thou wilt shall be the whole of the law.
Love is the law. Love under will.
Do what thou wilt shall be the whole of the law.
Do what thou wilt shall be the whole of the law, and love is the law, love under will.
Do what thou wilt.
Do what thou wilt shall be the whole of the law.
I'm me. I'm doing what I want to do.
I am who I am, and it's tattooed on my chest.
I've been an admirer of Aleister Crowley. I think that I'm carrying on much of the work that he started over 100 years ago, and I think the 60s themselves. You know, Crowley said, do what thou wilt, shall be the whole of the law.
The fucking audio they choose half the time always makes me laugh. What is that? There's like, what do y'all think sounds like esoteric? This? Does this sound good? Yeah, okay. Use that. What is that noise? Not a fan of that high-pitched noise. I thought it was my torch at first. It's not. I don't like that. It's like a speaker sound. Crowley's father, Edward Sr., was a retired engineer who owned stock in the family brewing company, Alton Ales, founded in 1763. He was born in 1896. The Crowleys were a well-established, wealthy, upper-class English family.
In the literal...
Why are they still...
This included in particular the Book of Revelation.
What is that fucking noise, dude? Despite conflicting accounts and stories claiming that Aleister... Despite conflicting accounts and stories claiming that Crowley patriarch to be a strict abusive father, Aleister maintained an admiration for him throughout his life, calling him his hero. After his death, Crowley began to rebel against his family and his father's teachings, who, as we remember, were very religious. That noise still. Literally can't even hear what he's saying. Bro, if it keeps doing this, we're not even gonna watch this.
And eventually, he did find someone
okay,
who was
there.
able to provide him an introduction to a group called the Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn.
They're actually picking up pretty much.
It's from here on, really.
Okay, the Golden Dawn.
This is something brand new, it's fresh, brand stuff was involved, the 80s involved, it was literary society,
Yeah, it's like a speaker. The Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn was a short-lived but influential secret society founded in 1889 by 333-degree Master Masons. The Golden Dawn's alumni included people such as the poet W.B. Yeats, novelist Bram Stoker, Arnold Bennett, Robert William Falcon, and Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. Yes, Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, as in Sherlock Holmes. The initial purpose of this offshoot Rosicrucian Freemasonry, Jesus Christ, it's going so fast, was to allow further study and practice of the Kabbalah, which is has its roots in Judaism. Gematria is numerology. The Kabbalah is ancient Hebrew method of esoteric study of consciousness and the cosmos. Kabbalah's teachings speak of multiple realms between the three-dimensional physical world we reside in, the Godhead at the top of the tree of life, representing the enlightenment and full consciousness. Similarly to the world tree, Yggdrasil, in Norse mythology, the Kabbalah tree of life depicts multiple realms and dimensions as reflections or sephiroths of the Godhead, represented in the macro and microcosms of the universe, as above, so below, as the universe, so the soul. As with yogic mysticism and Ayurvedic medicine, the ideas of chakras, the Kabbalah holds that these points of energy on the body represents the sephiroths of the tree of life and are keys to accessing different realms. Practitioners of the Kabbalah believe these realms... Hang on, let me do this part so I can turn the flame down. Practitioners of the Kabbalah, it's spelled Kabbalah, but it's pronounced Kabbalah, believe these realms hold higher consciousness and enlightenment that can be understood and attained through the study of synchronicity, sacred geometry, and numerology, known as Gematria. Remember how we just talked about synchronicities? There's another one. There's another one for you. The world likes to tell you you're in the right place at the right time so long as you're looking out for the signals for it. Usually in numerology it's numbers like 33 or 11 or what are considered angel numbers in a lot of religions. Yeah, definitely. I figured that wasn't enough time for y'all to read. And trying to fucking focus on a smaller screen on top of trying to read very fast would not be fun. So yeah, I'll keep reading. Let me do this one thing real quick though. But like we said, synchronicities, how we just showed the Sgt. Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band, and now it talking about synchronicities as well. Small things like that. It's the universe's way of showing you're in the right place at the right time. And if you make note of it, you can start to notice patterns every now and then. And if you follow those patterns and you use magic as we know it, or the power of willing it to be, you can manipulate the world around you. Oh, yeah, I read that part. Taking these Eastern mystic philosophies and combining them with Western Gnosticism, the Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn, through magic, practiced to invoke and conjure spiritual entities in the ultimate goal of perfecting the self. So it's pretty much enlightenment, or the Eastern Buddhist kind of revolving around higher self, becoming enlightened, becoming the perfect you, the best you can be, but by a different means, just because it's in a different place, obviously. There's different practices and practitioners, just like in different places, there's different language for things, not unlike someone in a cold climate wouldn't know what a pineapple was. That's why there's a different word for it. So if you go to a different place and try to teach the same things, they'll be a little bit different no matter where you go. Boop. Hence, pyramids and the aliens and, Mayan temples. I'm kidding. I'm not really kidding, but we'll get into that later. 225 for me.
What had happened is that Crowley worked through the different levels really quickly. He was a quick study, he was bright, he was a brilliant guy.
Like nobody else has gone through it before. He seems to take to this literally like a fish to water. This seems to be his vocation.
After his initiation into the Golden Dawn, which happened at Mark Mason's Hall, I believe November 18th, 1898. And he took the magical name of Frater Perdurabo, I will endure to the end. And he did. And one of the interesting...
So if you heard it, our name, my name, Perdurabo, means I will endure till the end. Brother Perdurabo. I don't put the brother part in there for obvious reasons, but Perdurabo directly translates to I will endure until the end.
Things about Crowley's associated with Golden Dawn was that when he came into it, basically that was the beginning of the end of it.
For Crowley, who is now referring to himself as the Beast 666, the Golden Dawn turned out to be a bitter disappointment. He thought that they were playing at magic and tried to take the society over. He clashed with the poet W.B. Yeats, who was a prominent member, calling him a lank, disheveled demonologist.
Rumors of the questionable occult activities in Chancery Lane were filtering back to the other eminent members of the Golden Dawn, as well as whisperings of Crowley's many promiscuous sexual relationships with both men and women. William Yeats, for one, highly disapproved of the man and let it be known to many. In May 1899, Crowley went to Paris to meet the leader of the Golden Dawn for the first time.
And the reason why Navers was the guy was that he was in touch with these entities that were known as the secret chiefs. Now, if you know Madame Blavatsky, she talks about the Mahatmas. These are these kind of elevated, highly evolved individuals who have mastered, occult powers and masters the powers of the mind and all that kind of thing, and they can communicate telepathically, they can materialize, and they kind of, they can use the force. Basically,
they can use the force. It's a very simple way to put it.
As well as being a master Freemason, Mathers had spent many years translating one of the oldest and most famous books on magic, The Key of Solomon. He had also written a book, The Kabbalah Revealed, which he had translated from the Jewish Zohar.
Many years ago, I discovered another Hebrew manuscript, the book of the Sacred Magic of Abramelin the Mage. It was a kind of teach yourself guide on how to impose your will on nature, using contemplation, prayer, and abstinence.
A great movie that depicts the subject matter they're talking about now is The Alchemist's Cookbook, a new age rendition on exactly what they're talking about. Isolation, practition, and magic. The Alchemist's Cookbook.
Not that far away from yoga. There are two schools of magic. On the one hand, you have white magic, which invokes the forces of good. On On the other hand, you have...
Oh, for sure, Sky. I'll check that out.
Which invoke the
I don't know if I can
forces
see it as of right now. It won't actually like let me click your profile from here.
The good forces are superior in power to the evil or satanic forces.
I'm excited that we're finally talking about this because I get to show off. The Grimoire and the 777 are very, very similar. Good stuff. Good stuff. Yiddish, Cabal, and Gematria are all written in Yiddish because it is a Jewish teaching. And numerology, which is very similar to sacred geometry, is a basic language that is based in numbers. And so if we remember the things we've talked about, how speaking it to be, manifestation, words have power, manifestation is the basic form of magic. Gematria, the teachings of the Cabal, is literally that put into practice. It's an entire language that is based within numerology, and we all know numerology is based within the basic fabric of our existence, being the flower and the seed of life and the tree of life and all of these different teachings. So, to understand the Cabal and to understand Gematria, you actually have to speak Yiddish. So, what this is actually a spell book written in Yiddish and translated to English. So you have literal magic sigils here. Say here, this says the ruler of water, or this one is love, kindness, grace. I don't know these words, it's Yiddish, and the secret wisdom, or this one is my strength, power, and might. Cool stuff, right? I'll show you the strength, power, and might one. This one here is Yiddish, and the geometrical value for this saying here. So this is a magic symbol to invoke strength, power, and might. Pretty cool, right? And again, all of this is based within sacred geometry. All of this is based within the fabric of reality. And they deciphered this thousands of years ago. It's fucking wild, right? And now I'm teaching you now.
And leading a pure life, the practicing magician can call upon his guardian angel to help him use and harness the forces of the power of darkness. There are no real rituals, just lists of angels and demons.
And their names. And so
magic.
Now, if you think about in pop culture, modern culture is what I was gonna say. If you think of in popular culture how seances or invocations or exorcisms are used saying the name of the demon, it's because the names of these demons actually hold power. The names and the words that they use in these invocations and exorcisms and magic spells. Yes, exorcisms are magic spells. They're all based within the teachings of words of power, of manifestation within words, manifestation within will. So, a little bit of everything.
Was something that had been come into the Western literature in the 15th century. It was transmitted by Abram the Jew to his son Lamech to invoke the good forces, the angelic forces, in order to overcome the dark forces.
Crowley's so dedicated to performing the Abramelin ritual that he actually goes to the length of seeking out and finding the perfect place and buying a house to do the actual ritual in. Nothing else, just actually to do this ritual. And it's in Loch Ness, Boleskine House.
He had to have an isolated house that was indicated. And it had to have a terrace, kind of a flat area outside, and it had to be without nosy neighbors.
By this point in 1899, Crowley had already purchased the infamous Boleskine House on the southeast shore of the Loch in Scotland to attempt the Abramelin ritual. The Abramelin ritual requires upwards of 18 months of preparation and 6 months of cleansing, wherein the magician must keep their body and mind pure of altering substances, sex, and sin to contact their guardian angel. Considering Crowley's character, this would be a challenge.
I heard about Aleister, but he must have been attracted to the name because it's actually derived from Baal, the bloody god of Babylonia.
He spent almost a year looking for this type of house. It had to be a house which opened onto the north, doors opening onto the north, with a terrace which he could cover with fine river sand, and with a part of the house where the spirits, she'd call that, would congregate.
What up, John? The sacred magic of Abramelin the Maid came from a series of manuscripts that date themselves to the year 1458 and describes the mage Abramelin of Worms journeying through Egypt, sharing the secrets of his magic with his son. The Abramelin ritual is described in the text as an elaborate rite to contact the mage's guardian angel by first commanding the 12 dukes of hell into one's own mental universe, thereby banishing their negative influence from the practitioner's body and the soul. Remember, Crowley performed this ritual on somebody else, on one of his followers who willingly offered their body as a conduit. Again, eventually driving him insane and leading to his eventual unaliving of himself. With the end result gifting the magician with spells of invisibility, hypnosis, and wealth. It was during Crowley's conducting of the Abramelin ritual that he was conveniently summoned by MacGregor Mathers to Paris during the height of tensions between members of the Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn.
Crowley dropped the ceremony because you're not supposed to do this. I mean, once you begin something, you should follow through.
If you do that kind of thing, you get possessed, in a certain sense. Things get inside you and use you for their purposes.
Gates and other members of the society had disapproved of Mather's permission of Crowley to conduct the Abramelin ritual, not in short part due to Crowley's reputation as a vulgar and pornographic poet. Let's take a look at some of Crowley's poetry. That song is copyright, dang it.
Celia comes to earthquake's hour.
Oh, we already heard that one.
Kettle drums. It is a grand display of power when Celia comes. When Celia farts, my hasty nose sniffs up the fragrance.
Why are they
of her
doing the
heart.
S's like that? Jesus.
Can't let me suck on the glue gun. Can't without end amen to despair. Can't you have harbored all dirt and disease in your slimy and barbared full with its cheese and its monthlies and pots in the chew of cocks.
I rave, and I rape, and I rip, and I rend, everlasting world without end. Mannequin, maiden, mated man, in the might of Pan, Eopan, Eopan, Pan, Eopan.
If you dig into the poetry and you read between the lines of his poetry and you dig into his story, a lot of things will make more sense to you. You know what I'm saying?
Sprawl on me, sit on my mouth, Maria, shit on me, slut, creamy the curds that drip from your gut, greasy the turds, dribble your dung on the tip of my tongue, churn on me, Leia, twist with your thighs, smear diarrhea into my eyes, sputter out shit from the bottomless pit, turn to me, chew it with me, Leia, whore, vomit it, spew it, and lick it once more, and can make lust drunk on disgust.
Beautiful. What a well-written man, right? Crowley's disturbing poetry aside, Yeats and prominent members of the Golden Dawn condemned Aleister's methods and subsequently disbanded, leaving the order to a devoted few. There you go. With no duty to any magical society, Crowley took the opportunity to dive fully into black magic. From here, Aleister would go on a number of expeditions from Asana Yoga Retreat, India, with Golden Dawn confidence, to Alan Bennett's
magic ceremonies, calling upon demons and consecrating various talismans. Art, experimentation into the occult, went far beyond Crowley's formal Golden Dawn grace, incorporating the use of mind-altering drugs, opium, cocaine.
This is when he started using drugs. To performing a sex magic ritual with housemaid in Mexico to make himself invisible.
God, her Socrates, I awake purple darkness. By my white and brilliant light.
This is him recounting the event.
Collect yourself about me. Clothe this astral form with a shroud of darkness.
Obviously on drugs, he thought he could literally become invisible. Or at least that's what one of the rituals actually promised. And to perform a black magic ritual in the Algerian desert with an infatuated pupil.
Back in England, Crowley found his first disciple, Victor Neuberg, a young Cambridge poet.
Oh, this is, we already watched this part.
There was definitely a peculiar kind of homosexual relation, and I'm not just now talking about the ordinary physical thing. Neuberg was in love with him. That's what I mean. He got mixed up with Crowley. Crowley saw there a far weaker character, plunged on Neuberg, and of course dragged him into this whole business of black magic.
Crowley suggested, hang on, let me do this real quick while this is still hot. Crowley subjected Neuberg to various sadomasochistic acts under the guise of transcendental meditation. Also, again, where we talk about how people who tell you they know what they're doing can do so to lead you in to do things that you don't. Yeehaw. Woo! Fire in the hole. The universe is like, yeah! Don't do that! I know, universe, that's what I'm telling them. Chill out. Chill out, universe. I was already making the point. That's what I was telling them to do. Crowley and Freud. I'm gonna toss this in and see if we can get rid of the marks that dropping it down there did. We melted the foam down here just a little bit, unfortunately, but it didn't get on the my fancy carpet that I have over here. Crowley subjected Newberg to various set of. Oh, we already read that part. What I was saying is, believing people who act like they know what they are talking about can lead to bad things if they have bad intentions. You always need to be sure of people's intentions before believing them or trusting them with things you don't understand yourself. Which is why we talk about intentions and outcomes so often. It smells good in here now, though. Oh, time to start over that piece. The glass gods demand sacrifices, often. In Victor's later magical records, he would describe acts of discipline from Crowley, such as lashing him in the middle of the night with a switch of gorse, a 10-day solitary isolation period in a room with no windows, and a particularly intimate ritual in North Africa. In Victor's... Oh, wait. I already read that part. I thought it changed.
The two set off to Algeria to perform Enochian magic.
Oh yeah, the floor is fine. The floor is concrete. Concrete. Concrete, baby. Ooh, concrete. I love that audio so much. Yeah. It burned the foam that I stand on a little bit. And then I kicked it over to the concrete. Did I put any holes in my socks? That would be really funny if my socks had any holes or anything in them. My old ass fucking house shoes. Heck yeah, concrete.
To a set of occult ritual. They walked deep into the Sahara for 2 days until they reached the point of exhaustion. Disorientated by the effects of the desert and copious quantities of hashish and mescaline, Crowley and Neuberg embarked on the climax of the ritual, summoning Choronzon, the dweller of the abyss, seen within the occult world as the devil himself.
In the lesser key of Solomon, said to be controlled by the goddess Babylon, who resides in the Sephiroth realm, Banah, Choronzon is described as the embodiment of chaos and disorder, having no form, swirling senselessly into haphazard heaps of dispersion, and that to evoke and conquer the demon is to eradicate one's ego. How did it not break? Glass is actually very, very strong, believe it or not. You have to drop it specific for it to actually shatter, which would be on like the corner or on a very weak spot. Using himself as a conduit to manifest Choronzon, Crowley accounts the Enochian sex magic that the demon took multiple forms during the ritual and at one point morphed into a nude Aleister and attempted to attack Newberg, which more than likely was probably just Aleister attacking himself and looking at it from third person because they were on drugs. In response, Crowley and Newberg built a magical circle out of stone as a protective sigil. Concrete. It's a TikTok. It's an audio. Concrete, baby. Within the circle, in an offering to the goat god of hedonism, Pan, Aleister and Victor's did butt stuff one another to rid themselves of the ego Choronzon had become attached to. Interesting. The ritual in the Sahara would prove to be a defining moment for Crowley as it cemented the idea, concreted the idea that sex as a magical practice was unrivaled in its powers of manifestation and would henceforth consider sex all but mandatory for every ritual. Yeah, the concrete is
it's like a mystic revelation.
An audio on TikTok.
White light. He seems to commune with the secret chiefs, and he suddenly realises that sex can be a sacrament, can be in praise of the gods. It's like a shortcut. It's a short circuit to go straight in to achieve whatever you want to achieve magically.
The effect of the rituals left Neuberg a shattered man. He never fully recovered from the experience. But for Crowley, this was the final piece in the jigsaw. He had now united his belief in the power of sex and magic into one occult vision.
Crowley was practicing sexuality as a spiritual path. He reduced a great deal of symbolic teachings to their essence, which is essentially the duality or the polarity between male and female. And he experimented greatly within that sphere to understand what mysteries were contained within the sexual act.
Crowley and Newberg traveled back to England, with Aleister departing again shortly after, returning to Paris in 1904, where his Enochian magical dealings outside the Golden Dawn had found him new acquaintances. Using his already established connections from Cambridge, Crowley surrounded himself with aristocrats and high society artists, mostly through his university friends and a successful partner, Sir Gerald Kelly. Gerald Kelly was a prominent painter that later went on to be a favorite artist of the royal family, painting the official coronation portraits of King George VI and Queen Elizabeth. Here's where it starts to get a little even more interesting. Kelly would later become the president of the Burlington House Royal Academy and hold a high membership in the Royal Fine Arts Commission, after being knighted in 1945, the year World War II ended. Kelly was also one of the few people Crowley allowed to join him during his time at Boleskine, which was his house, the one dedicated to black magic, which resulted in an opportune meeting with Gerald's free-spirited sister, Rose Edith Kelly, his first wife. Rose became enamored with Crowley's stories of adventure, and while she had no interest in magical practices, she found him fascinating. Within days, Crowley had convinced Rose to elope with him to save her from an arranged marriage, and immediately left for their honeymoon.
Crowley and Rose ran off and got married.
In 1904, Crowley was traveling with his wife Rose. He had just married, and they were on a honeymoon. So Crowley's idea of a honeymoon was basically going around the world, a very long trip.
They were staying in Cairo, where they lived a lavish and decadent lifestyle.
I was 20 when I started blowing glass, I think. Traveling from Paris, the new couple would make their way to Cairo, Egypt, with Crowley spending much of the journey introducing Rose to peyote and hashish, though she herself had already been hooked on opium. Opium being the smoked version of heroin, pretty much. Opium is the raw version of it, and was very popular in the late 18 and early 1900s. in places like opium dens that were popularized by Chinese rail workers. Later evolving into white China, or the pure heroin that ended up continuing the epidemic far into the late 1900s, and also what has led us into the epidemic that we see now, all revolving around the production of opium.
Once in the first 3 weeks or so, Rose took some trifling liberty. I recognized the symptoms and turned her up and spanked her. She henceforth added the qualities of a...
It does not come from poppy seeds. Opium comes from the poppy plant itself. You have to score the side of it, and it reacts as a defense mechanism for the plant, producing the molecular structure to actually kill pain, or to dull or end. Marley, did you just... big old gust of wind on the back of my legs as I was talking about this stuff. I think it was Marley wagging her tail at me. I hope it was Marley wagging her tail at me. You score the opium, and the sap that comes out is the plant's defense mechanism. Much like other plants and animals have intoxicants as a defense mechanism, this one is a favorite of humans. The seeds can show up as a positive on a test for opiates, though, because of the concentration of it in the plant itself.
They drank and...
Right? Yeah, just right across both legs. Crop dust.
Ether, and they probably smoked hashish and other things that Crowley liked.
Jesus Christ.
So he decided a new one would be more fitting with his newfound life. In Aleister's normal fashion, he declared himself Prince Hayal Khan and took to wearing a turban studded with diamonds, a silk robe, and a gold cloth coat. I was, of course, Princess Hayal Khan. We would be driven around the streets of Cairo in our carriage, with 2 young men running in front, clearing our path.
The couple had an extended stay in Cairo that reached its climax when Crowley brought Rose to the Great Pyramid to perform a ritual. Added to the Key of Solomon by MacGregor Mathers during his translation, the Bornless Ritual, or Headless Ritual, is a black magic ceremony similar to the Abramelin Ritual. One sec. With its main purpose being to evoke the magician's guardian angel by commanding the demons of the Goetia, or Goetia, depending on your enunciation. Good up, Lewis. Yo, poppy seed muffins are fucking dank, though. The spell serves as something of a declaration of authority to the spirit realm, proclaiming one's own divinity to many Abrahamic and Egyptian deities, such as Lilith, Ra, and King Baal.
My wife to see what a great magician I was. We went accordingly after dinner with candles. I have with me a small notebook in which was written the preliminary invocation of the Goetia.
Hang on, like I said, I have to show off. Aleister Crowley, The Book of Lies. I believe this is actually the very first page. Which one is this?
We went accordingly after dinner with candles. I have with me a small notebook in which was written the preliminary invocation of the Goetia.
Preliminary invocation of the Goetia. It's in here somewhere. I know it's in here somewhere, but the first few pages have very similar ones. This one being the Sabbath of the Goat. Oh, the heart of Nox, the night of Pan. Duality, energy, death, death begetting, the supporters of O. To beget is to die is to beget, cast the seed into the field of night. Life and death are two names of A. And we're not going to finish that because as we learned just earlier, Pan is the god of gluttony. And we do not want to invoke the god of gluttony without proper protection and proper will in place. But just to show as an example that it is the same.
I invoke the Boundless One, thee that didst create the earth and heavens, thee that didst create the night and the day, thee that didst create the darkness and the light.
Unlike the Abramelin ritual, the Bornless ritual encourages the use of black magic practices and mind-altering substances to strengthen the magician's control over their own mental universe.
Thee that didst create the night and the day, thee that didst create the darkness and the light.
Crowley and Rose had both partaken in a number of psychedelic substances leading up to and during the ritual, including peyote, ayahuasca, the sacramental brew used in ceremonies primarily composed of plants, high in dimethyltryptamine.
Thou art a sun never, no man had seen it any time. Thou art Yahweh, thou art Yah above Raz. Thou hast distinguished between the just and the unjust.
Back in Cairo, they were continuing their orgy of hedonistic excess when the black magic ritual in the Great Pyramid had an unexpected result that was to be the turning point in Crowley's life.
Did that look familiar?
Hedonistic excess. When the black magic ritual in the Great Pyramid had an unexpected result that was to be the turning point.
Does that look familiar? Huh? This is fun. This is actually, I think, what we're supposed to be doing if the synchronicities are showing me as they should.
Rose Kelly began mumbling and muttering about the gods wanting to talk to Crowley. Particularly the god Horus had something to say to him. At first, Crowley didn't know what to make of this, so he kind of ignored it. But eventually, she kept doing this and it continued, so he challenged her and he asked her some questions. And much to his surprise, this unschooled woman, she had never studied Egyptian mythology, religion, or magic, in this trance state, was able to answer all of his questions correctly. So impressed with this, Crowley thought, okay, this seems to be some evidence that there is some divine hand at work here.
They're responding to me, J-Dog. As unfortunate as that is, and I'm sorry that is, try not to trauma dump in chat, please. Not everybody is in a place mentally to handle topics like that.
Never ever left him, which he developed, and I believe he was the real thing. I believe that people that came into contact with him came into contact with that which was supernaturally evil. He'd given himself under that demonic control, and that demonic control could now affect him and could work for him.
After further rituals to invoke the god of Horus on April 7th, 1904, Crowley, with the help of Rose, had finally contacted what he was convinced was his guardian angel, Aiwass.
Crowley heard an unearthly voice from over his left shoulder. For 1 hour, at precisely the same time over the next 3 days, Crowley said that the voice dictated to him the book of the law, the work that would become the Bible of his new religion.
Which is... I just had it, didn't I? One sec. Oh yeah, it's right here.
In 1904, Crowley had a communication with an extraterrestrial being named Aiwass. And this being, through his wife, kind of a channeling type operation,
Good night, Sky!
a book that was called the Book of the Law.
We'll see you next time, friends.
1904. And this book declared that the slain and risen God, i.e. Jesus, had stepped off the throne, and that a new God, the crowned and conquering child, was taking his place.
The Book of the Law is the Bible of the religion Crowley was endeavouring to found. A book of inspired writings, whereby Crowley portrays himself as a medium for some higher force. Inevitably, with an egomaniac like Crowley, he finds himself cast in the central role.
The Book of the Law states, "Do what thou wilt should be the holy rule." In other words, people have the right to determine exactly how to live their lives, regardless of moral and religious boundaries.
The focus is to help practitioners engage in spiritual quests that enable them to break through those restrictions so that he or she can be of one mind with his higher self. Crowley taught that the way to communicate with one's personal demon was to reach higher states of mind, trances that could not be easily achieved. And the best way to reach those special trance states, to be able to converse with one's demon, was through forms of ritual sex magic.
One sec. Now devoting himself to the word of the messenger of Horus, calling itself Aiwass, Crowley would spend the next several years continuing his invocations of Aiwass, honing what would be known as the Law of Thelema, or Thelema. The use of the word Thelema comes from Crowley's obsession with numerology and mythology. Thelema is a Greek word for will, and using the alphanumerical system, adding up the values of the letters of the word Thelema equals 93. Remember? Somebody asked what 93 over 93 means on my page. It's a sigil. It's a magic invocation. Followers of Crowley will use 93 over 93 as a salutation to other members, meaning love and will. other significant words in Crowley's writings, such as Aiwas, Lashtel, and Mealy equal 93 as well. It is up to speculation as whether the term Aiwas comes from a spiritual reflection of the higher self, I was, or a drug-induced hallucination, with Crowley chiefly referring to as the ayahuasca brew. Many practitioners of the Book of the Law maintain Crowley's vision was a psychedelic self-reflection, with the scalp of ayahuasca being a self-portrait. One sec. And others believe the brew itself was the gateway to commune with the entities.
Experiences on pure DMT, both of them, utterly terrifying. And if I try to pin down what the terror came from, I'm not absolutely sure what it was. It was the strangeness and the purposive nature of the realm.
We're remaking the piece that fell to the ground.
Put into a space where something was going to be done to me. I think I found, and I wanted out, and at the same time I couldn't get out. And that was almost a feeling of terror and claustrophobia combined with that. I was thrashing around. I wanted out of there, but I couldn't go.
That experience it was different from any other DMT experience that I had. Like, when I smoked it, I felt like I got abducted right at that moment. Like, aliens waited for me to smoke my bowl, and then they abducted me.
The entities you see on DMT, are they real or not? Tall order, very difficult to really unpack that sort of thing.
And they're not usually happy with you.
Let's start there.
Sure. Again, I don't know. Let's say it's not real. In a Carl Jung way, it's a shared human archetype. What is that programming that you take DMT that you release a little bit of during deep sleep, during vivid dreams, and a ton of when you die?
When he first left the body and had a near-death experience himself, he went into a realm that was classically the realm of the demons and the what I would call the archons and the reptilian entities and all this stuff. In fact, he talks about seeing reptilian beings rushing against him and all that stuff.
I go through the tunnel, I see a hand and it stops me. And I see the fingers mutating, and it turns into 3 fingers, and then it starts backing out. And then it's the Bahamut, the Satan figure with the goat and shit.
Now, of course, many scientists would say that it's just brain cancer. It's just an illusion of your own brain, just brain cancer. I don't agree with those scientists. I can't.
But it's occurred to me over the years that what we call imagination might simply be hyperdimensional perception. And you're actually seeing worlds and places that truly exist somewhere scattered through the galaxy like grains of sand.
In the Amazon, they believe that there is an intelligent spirit that lies behind ayahuasca. They don't think they're dealing with just plants. I really need to say that wrong. The shamans believe that an intelligent entity, a spirit lies behind ayahuasca.
And he's like, well, Alex, I just don't believe in demons, but I did see basically aliens come off the edge of the forest, and we were all seeing it, and we were all seeing the same thing, but I think it was a chemical reaction. You don't have it. If everybody gets drunk, we all think about what happened to us in high school or college, or what's good or what's bad. We all have different experiences. When you're taking a hallucinogen, and suddenly you're all seeing the same thing, it just means that the filter is on.
A broken clock is right twice a day, Mr. Jones. Regardless of the origin of his new revelations, Crowley would dedicate the remainder of his life to the law of Thelema, and would immediately jump back into his magical practices to further consort with Aiwass. Regardless, oh wait, we already did that. Every time I look away and then look back, I think it's a new one. Soon after the first invocation, also we are going to finish this. We'll finish right around 3:45. It looks like, maybe right at 4. Soon after the first invocation, Rose became pregnant with their daughter, and in July 1905, Nuit Ma Ahathor Hecate Sappho Jezebel Lilith Crowley was born. Crowley would continue his expeditions and magical workings, traveling across Europe and Asia, and amassing a small following in the name of Thelema, Jesus. When Nuit was 2 years old, the family would travel to Vietnam, and from there Aleister would abandon Rose and the baby to see an old friend from the Golden Dawn, Elaine Simpson, who lived in Shanghai at the time.
Aleister had become very distant. Sadly, as the days passed, he became more and more hostile towards me. Not as violent as he'd been with me in the past. I could tolerate that. There was no longer any love for his wife and his child. The only thing that mattered to him was Aiwass, his guardian angel. By the end of our journey, I knew I'd eventually leave him.
Over the next 12 days, the two conducted various magical ceremonies, mostly to prove the existence of Aiwass to Elaine, but eventually ceased when Simpson's husband returned from abroad. Upon Crowley's arrival back in England, he receives news via telegram that his daughter, Nuit, had passed of typhoid. Unmoved by the death of his child, Crowley blamed Rose, claiming Nuit had died of typhoid due to Rose's neglect. However, there was no formal record of the cause of death. Crowley used this to torment Rose. Still married, they returned to Boleskine, where Rose would stay with Aleister for another 2 years, reluctantly assisting him with rituals.
Bringing his mistresses home, he sexually and sadistically abused them, whilst I would be forced to watch. On occasion, he would be in our bed, whilst I would be hung by my ankles in the closet.
While I would be hung by my ankles in the closet, she said, Jesus.
I gave birth once again during that period to a beautiful daughter. We named her Lola Zaza.
Yeah, you remember, Crowley definitely is not a good person. We do not admire Crowley. We do not model ourselves after this man. We take from his teachings and apply them to our own life, which is what his teachings say to do, pretty much. While also using this as a very good example of what not to do. Knowing that this is the end result of magical practicing and magic put forth to will with the wrong intentions. Not long after her birth, Crowley's abuse, coupled with Rose's own mounting alcohol dependency, resulting in her being committed to an asylum, after Aleister officially filed for divorce in 1909. What a piece of shit. Again, we use this man as a great example of what not to be. He has some pretty crazy ideas. Some were very sound, and some were very, very beneficial to self-accountability and manifesting and things of the such. But again, this is not a good person. Lola would be taken into the custody of her uncle Gerald Kelly and his wife, model Lillian Ryan Kelly. What? Oh, his wife was a model during and after Rose's institutionalization. Remaining undeterred by his family's troubles, having abandoned them even before Lola's birth, Crowley focused his intentions on magical workings to further commune with Aiwass and expand his growing following under the Book of the Law. Aleister would spend the next years feuding with fellow occultists, and magicians, having affairs with various disciples, both men and women, all the while amassing a following under the law of Thelema, and in 1911 would openly expand his sexual magic practices with his publication of ceremonial poetry, the Book of Lies. Oh, where is it?
And what happened was, a gentleman came knocking at his door after he published a book. And in this book, it was a book of poetry, and in the book he had made an allusion to something. And this guy, his name was Theodore Royce. He was a German occultist and the head of the OTO, the Ordo Templi Orientis, which stands for the Order of Eastern Templars. There's the Knights Templar in here. And this Theodore Royce told Crowley that he had given away the greatest secret in occult history. So the guy promptly initiated him on the spot to the 9th degree of the OTO and then explained the secret to him. The secret is that as a Mason you are promised immortality. If you go to a Masonic funeral, you will hear them discuss the immortality issue. You will hear them promise that they will go to the Celestial Lodge above and live there forever. Where do they get their promise of immortality? Simply, the secret that Crowley...
All of this is sacred geometry.
Uncovered, probably through demonic intervention, is the secret that this immortality is conveyed through tantric sex magic.
She uses this as a sleep stream, or they use this as a sleep stream.
For ceremonial magic, you need what is called a temple, so a space, a place where you do that. In sexual magic, the temple is your own body, and you use your own body in a way that it can give you access to these dimensions, to these other dimensions of reality, which are basically the goal of the practice of magic.
Crowley found so much value and appeal to this that his practice kind of shifted very much to focus on that for the rest of his life.
In 1912, Royce initiated Crowley into 3 further degrees of OTO proper, that is the 8th, 9th, and 10th degrees, making him Grand Master master of a new English section.
He now had an excuse using sexual magic and the introduction of bodily fluids to enhance magical power. It instantly flashed upon me the entire symbolism not only of Freemasonry, but of many other traditions blazed upon my spiritual vision. From that moment, the OTO assumed significant importance. I had found a vehicle for my new hero.
Reworking the Order's Masonic rituals. One sec. Reworking the Order's Masonic rituals to fit his perceptions and of black magic. Crowley took to using the OTO to spread his message of Thelema. He would write many poems and ceremonies that are still used by modern branches of the OTO today. One of them in particular would become a staple of Thelemite rituals. The Gnostic Mass was written by Crowley in 1913 and described as a lengthy, elaborate, and multi-layered ritual wherein the Mass takes the symbolic positions of the Sephiroths on the Tree of Life, evoking the creation of the cosmos. Heavily inspired by the rituals from the Book of the Cow and the Egyptian Book of the Dead, the Gnostic Mass requires an altar face towards Voliskine, a priest, priestess, a deacon, and 2 acolytes referred to in the Liber chapter, the Liber 14 or Liber 15, chapter 4, as children. The deacon begins the ceremony by proclaiming the power of the Kabbalistic forces of masculine and feminine creation. The priest then reflects the chaotic forces of creation, the sun, while the priestess reflects the mother creative force, the nourishing earth and the moon. The children offer the priestess to the high altar, wherein she leads the Mass through an invocation of the goddess Babylon, the Scarlet Woman. With the generative power of chaos, I'm also watching this as a refresher on my own knowledge of the subject, which is obviously very in-depth, but it's always nice going over it again, especially if we're creating a group surrounding the principles of this. With the generative power of chaos reflected in the sacred lance of the priest, the nourishing force of Babylon reflected in the holy grail of the priestess. If you're missing the words between the lines here, they mean the genitals. They copulate atop the sacred altar, symbolizing the creation of the cosmos. The sacred lance and the Holy Grail. Often the Holy Grail is depicted as a woman's genitals. Also, the Garden of Eden, as well as the apple, are depicted as genitals as well. So copulation and sex magic is actually quite prevalent throughout most Gnostic and Western religions. Right, Mytho? Yeah, so I'm glad everyone's watching this. We will watch this a few times throughout the future, I believe, because Anybody who knows what they're talking about will see that I call myself Perturabo and that I have a cult and will immediately go, that's probably not good. So we make sure that it's known that it is an anti-cult, even though anti-cults typically end up being cults too. It's an anti-cult, like we say. It's the meta-cult. But yes, we will teach this knowledge over and over again, especially with how it incorporates magic and will and invocations, also an explanation of who and what we're about, as well as how not to proceed in the future, as well. So it kind of acts as like a checks and balance for us as well too. So if down the line it does start going the wrong way, people are like, hey, yeah, remember the whole thing? You're doing it. So J-Dog, with rumors and whatnot, the rumor mill that is TikTok, and how people kind of already don't have a great opinion of me in certain circles, those rumors can be started in a much different light, with them taking this seriously, them taking our cult at face value and not reading between the lines, you know? Yes, Mytho, I'm glad you see it as what it is, though, because, again, great principles, bad person. The priest with the declaration, O lion, O serpent, be mighty among us, entreats that's technically a bad word now, intersex Baphomet from the union of male and female energy, while the congregation recites the motto, do what thou wilt shall be the whole of the law. The sacrament now complete and godhood achieved, the Mass partakes in communion with the consecration of the cake of light. So, communion. The cake of light is a Gnostic Mass Eucharist similar to communion, wherein bread is consecrated as the body of Christ. The cakes are made from a mixture of honey, herbal oils, and wine, but most importantly, the bodily and finishing fluids from both the priest and the priestess. In the Book of Law, Chapter 3, it describes the use and sacred nature of bodily fluids as a sacrament to Rahor-Kut, the composite deity of Thelema, whom Aiwass serves as his messenger. One sec, let me get these mushrooms a new neighbor. Yay, little mushroom neighbor. There we go. When we're a group learning these principles who also call ourselves a cult, we've made a very fine line to walk on. Exactly, yeah. And obviously we've done that on purpose for the shock and awe value of it. But we also have to be careful because of the implication of the words that we choose as well. Yes, we chose it on purpose, and we have to be respectful of the power these words hold for some people, and treat them as an invocation, as words of power have. Which is why we choose words very specifically when doing magic practicing and sigil work. We're going to finish this piece. We're also going to finish this documentary, and then we will be done for the evening. About 30 more minutes.
And afterwards soften and smooth down with rich, fresh blood. The best blood is of the moon monthly, then the fresh blood of a child with droppings from the host of heaven, and of enemies, then of the priest or of the worshippers, last of some priest.
So, that was it in more detail. The sacrament is also blood of the children, of a sacrificed beast, the blood of an enemy, and the blood of the members as well. They didn't know a whole lot about the transmission of disease through blood.
This bird of this make cakes and eat unto me. This hath also another use.
Chapter 3, wait.
This bird of this make
Chapter 3 greatly details the use of bodily fluids and excrement as a sacrament, but would be expanded upon further in the Gnostic Mass and magic in theory and practice.
This hath also another use. Let it be laid before
Describing the use of blood, male sacrament, and feces as holy bodies to attract spirits and aid in the invocation of Ra and Horus. One sec, let me attach this. Yeah. The cake of light embodies the symbolic microcosm of creation, with its consumption granting the practitioner extra dimensional power. Also hepatitis.
it shall become full of creatures, as it were, and creeping things sacred unto me. Ye shall breathe lust and power of lust in you. Ra-Hor Ku is with thee. Worship me with fire and blood. Worship me with swords and with spears.
The ritual is also said to only increase in power when the role of the priestess is assumed by a submissive male. We talk about duality and whatnot. So they say, if you it's self-explanatory, pretty much.
Let the woman be girt with a sword before me. Let blood flow to my name.
Hang on, we finished this, so I'll give you all a closer look at it. I wish there wasn't so much glare on it. Crowley separated the Gnostic Mass as an initiation to his 12th degree OTO magic system, much like Freemasonry, with the higher degrees delving into more depraved ritual workings, revealing further secrets to the initiates.
Hold down the heathen, be upon them, O warrior, I will give you of their flesh to eat. Sacrifice cattle, little and big, after a child. Ye shall see that hour, O blessed beast, and thou, the scarlet concubine, his desire. Damn them who pity, kill and torture.
This is pretty much just like
that stele they shall call the abomination.
a detailed description of the levels, which we will not say out
According to
loud.
Crowley's diary, he would have mass, and he would make cakes filled with menstrual blood. But he said in his mass the host was made of excrement. So magically speaking, blood and semen, blood and excrement attracts spirits, and semen or sperm keeps them alive.
When you
Just
get
ask
deep
Gigi Allen.
enough into the occult and you start joining secret societies, you basically eventually have to eat shit and you have to drink piss and bathe in blood and all types of just sick, degenerate behavior.
What are we talking about here? There's a considerable overlap.
That's how you spell magic,
United
by the way.
From
This is how you spell magic. This is how it's supposed to be. Magic without the K is the magic you see nowadays. Illusionists, rabbit out of the hat type stuff. Magic with a K is real magic.
the various groups, organizations, individuals, whatever you want to call it. But the Satanists today, and for the number of years in the past, have basically used his philosophy and his writings as a guide.
Francisco Fuster of Miami, Florida, is convicted on 14 counts of child abuse. This case involved Francisco, his wife, and more than 50 children. The children related stories of being forced to eat feces, pose for pornographic pictures, take mind-altering drugs, kill animals, and submit to anal rape with a crucifix. The children also described the chanting of prayers to Satan in 1980.
Jesus Christ, why did they get so detailed just all of a sudden? I do apologize for no goddamn warning for that. Literally, just all of a sudden. They haven't been this detailed throughout this entire documentary. Why did they all of a sudden just do that? I do apologize. Sorry for no trigger warning. Wow.
115 counts of sexual abuse against 20 children in her care at the Wheat.
Oops, dang it.
Just out of curiosity, does anyone here not know who...
God damn it. Yeah, sorry, Mitha. They hadn't been detailed this entire hour-long documentary, and then they're right at the very end, they're like, yeah, let's fucking make sure they know exactly what these people did. They're not even talking about, like, these people did it in the name of Aleister Crowley. They're not even talking about shit Crowley did, and they got that detailed. They're trying to pin this on dude. Exactly what we've been talking about. Exactly what we've been talking about.
Francisco Fuster of Miami, Florida, is convicted on 14 counts of child abuse. This case involved to Satan.
God damn it.
Just out of curiosity,
Seriously, like right when I had walked away too, I was like, cool, I'm gonna go take a rip real quick. And then from the other room I hear that and I'm just like, yo, 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 yo.
From the various
against 20 children in her care off of her genitals, penetrating the rectums and
wait, why?
Defecating and urinating.
Why? See, this isn't even, this is a satanic cult that they're now attributing to Crowley because it's similar.
And listen to this sentence, folks, closely. For the highest spiritual working, one must accordingly choose that victim which contains the greatest and purest force. A male child of perfect innocence and high intelligence is the most satisfactory and suitable system. We're talking about human sacrifices.
During his time in the OTO, Crowley would travel to the United States and after a lecture to recruit members into the OT or into the Order in New York, he would meet his new Scarlet Woman, Leah Hersig. Let me go into the other room and set this down. Yeah, it took a fucking hard turn. They were like, okay, we'll talk about it, but we won't go into detail. And then right here at the very end, we're like, here's some fucking extreme detail about what these people did, not even Aleister Crowley. Like, again, similar topics, Crowley ended up doing actually something similar to what those people did, but that's the only reason they're attributing the two. Those aren't one and the same. And again, we're not defending it, we're not We're not separating the two. We're not saying one is any better or any less bad than the other. We have to be specific about verbiage, especially with the autism spectrum. It might seem like me interjecting these things seem like I'm in defense of these things. I am not. Do not get my clarification and expanse of a knowledge confused with a support or approval or rationalization, or maybe even my lack of inflection in tone and voice. Don't take that with take it with a grain of salt. That however that fucking whatever that saying means. I am monotone. I talk about the information that I know very quickly, and if it may seem like I am disassociated to it or numb to it, it is because it's simply the information that's coming out of an autistic brain and me not thinking about said information. Just a little PSA for everybody watching. Let me go other room real quick. Exactly, yeah, shock value in documentaries, again, because that's just like the Satanic Panic that happened recently. They can attribute this and that now because they have similar tellings. But no, that's not how that works. That would be like me saying Charles Manson did it because of Aleister Crowley, or there was still some left in there. Oh god. Or Pazuzu. If y'all know who Pazuzu is, the demon next door. That would be like associating that with Aleister Crowley, even though they're similar. They have Gnostic and occult similarities. It's not the fucking same thing. It's just Satanic Panic associating them all with each other. I mean, yes, they do have associations. Again, don't get me wrong. They are very similar, but you can't just go, yeah. Leia was drawn into the occult by her sister Alma and would immediately find a home within the Church of Thelema. We're going to take this rig off the handle. Soon devoting herself to the practice, and Aleister especially, she would be a driving force behind the Thelemite teachings throughout America, even after Crowley's death. Percy was previously married and had a son who accompanied her on various tours of the Order's lodges and would fall pregnant with Crowley's child. Wait. The son fell pregnant with his child? They wrote that sentence wrong. Yeah, that sentence doesn't make any sense. This would be the same Leia that Crowley would make the subject of one of his most infamous poems, Leia Sublime. Here we go again.
Correct. You squirted out fetuses, fucked the bastards, you blurted out into space, and on my face.
I dedicate myself wholly to the great work. I will.
It was a gore poem about Roe v. Wade, put it delicately.
Work for wickedness. I will kill my heart. I will be shameless.
Ooh, dog fart.
I will free.
Which one of you was it? That one's Stanky. Gaining a steady membership, Crowley sought to establish a base for himself and his students' magical workings. Ooh, doggos, that's a bad one. Collecting finances from his various followers, Crowley and Leia would purchase a small house in Sicily, Italy, concerting it as the Abbey of Thelema.
Paris in February 1920.
Stinky doggos.
Woo. Moved to the Abbey shortly after. We signed the lease with the Abbey in joint names. He was Sir Aleister de Crowley, and I, Countess Leah Harcourt. Each morning we would put on our magical robes and take our magical weapons outside.
It was here during their time at the Abbey that magicians would delve into the higher degree rituals in Crowley's system. And again, remember, the higher degree rituals, or the higher the degree, the more depraved the act.
He he with his sword or dagger, and the women with their chalice, we would all face east and recite a short prayer, the Kabbalistic cross. Then at noon, in the evening, and at midnight, we would go outside of...
This would primarily include group adult time featuring the consumption of excrements and animal blood.
Approach to the sun. Most evenings we would...
To adherents of Thelemite practices, this was seen as a way to purify the soul, viewing disgust as such acts as a constraint to the rules and boundaries of the physical realm, thus reaching enlightenment by overcoming these restraints. Pretty much finding enlightenment through rebellion, which is not necessarily the most recommended way of doing so.
Perform acts of sex magic, usually between the three of us, sometimes with other assistants which Aleister had found on the streets of Cephalon, or leaving the...
These rituals would take place in what was known as a nightmare room, where practitioners would conduct magical ceremonies to grotesque murals Crowley had painted on the walls to Thelemite deities.
He was also taking heroin by then.
In 1923, Oxford student and Crowley devotee Raoul Loveday died at the Abbey with his wife Betty fleeing the church. Raoul had died of dysentery, an inflammatory disease of the intestines caused by the body's response to infectious bacteria. The most common cause of dysentery is quote-unquote accidental consumption of feces. The press sensationalized the story, and after public outrage, Prime Minister Benito Mussolini shut down the Abbey. Not long after, their daughter Popeye died October 12, 1923. Just as it seemed Crowley's reputation as the wickedest man in the world might bring an end to his spiritual practices, Theodore Roos mysteriously died of a stroke, leaving the OTO without a leader. Being Roos's unofficial second in command, Crowley assumed the role. One sec. Dang. This piece that I dropped has fucking melted plastic all over the side of it. I don't think we'll be able to recover from this one. Oh, maybe not. Let's see what's about. Crowley assumed the role as the outer head of the Ordo Templi Oriens and would serve as its functioning leader until his death in 1947. Now fully able to rebrand the OTO with Thelemic practices, Crowley once again traveled west, spreading his teachings of sex magic unabridged to the Masonic lecture halls of America. One sec. Let me run to the bathroom real quick. This one's not waiting. Go. Yeah. Much better. Oh. Starting at his cousin's lodge in Florida, he soon moved up to Detroit, Michigan, where he formed a Supreme Grand Council, but later disbanding due to locals' hostility. Aleister would then make his way down to the West Coast, eventually settling for a time in the Agape Lodge of Pasadena, California. The lodge would become significant in later years, as it remained one of the few active branches left after World War II. This lodge would become a spiritual haven for various notable figures such as veteran Hollywood actor John Carradine, con man and founder of the Church of Scientology L. Ron Hubbard, and enigmatic founder of NASA's Jet Propulsion's Lab, Jack Parsons. The latter of two, which would later attempt rituals together based on Crowley's teaching. In 1946, Jack Parsons, his wife, actress and poet Marjorie Cameron, and L. Ron Hubbard, under Crowley's supervision, would conduct a sex magic ritual known as the Babylon Working. Yes, the creator and founder of Scientology was a sex magic practitioner who studied along Aleister Crowley. Crowley's 1918 book, one second. Moonchild describes an unnamed ritual wherein evoking through the chaotic union the child of the goddess of Babylon is conceived and the magician becomes king of his mental universe. Another live Bigfoot sighting? That would be hilarious. Start making that the thumbnail. Marjorie was to bear the child of light, ushering in a new era for Hubbard and Parsons to rule. And although she never conceived, Jack always maintained it as a resounding success. Parsons' advancements in creating a solid and liquid fuel-based rockets are still in use by NASA and the U.S. military today. While Parsons was eventually disassociated from his workings with the government, he would continue experiments, both scientific and magical, later taking his work to the Israeli military. We'll hang out until 4:30, by the way. Or at least until 4:20. We have about 20 more minutes. Parsons devoted much of his short life to Babylon, finding his Scarlet Woman in Marjorie. Writing the book of the Antichrist and the Book of Babylon, he would declare himself Valerian, an incarnation of the Antichrist, to spread the law of Thelema. Obviously, another one who went the wrong direction with it. Nope, J-Dog, I already answered that question. During an experiment with an unexpected supply of missile equipment from the Army, Jack would die in a large explosion in his home laboratory at the age of 37 in 1952. Just blew himself up. he had a bunch of explosives he wasn't supposed to have. While L. Ron Hubbard would take his experiences with Crowley to the OTO, channeling them into his book Dianetics. If you know anything about Scientology, the book Dianetics is the basis of the whole religion, and forming the basis of his own cult, the Church of Scientology. Has that come full circle? That why everyone's talking about that now and how much power that place has and all the different celebrities who are a part of it? Yeah. Yeah. Mm-hmm. It is up for speculation as to whether the Babylon working ritual was indeed a success. However, the ritual was performed once by Aleister Crowley himself over 2 decades before Jack Parsons would attempt to conceive a demonic entity. In 1924, after the disaster in Italy, Crowley returned to Paris, while Leah returned to America to resume her occupation as a school teacher. Went back to teaching kids after doing sex magic and black magic. Crowley took up with a new mistress, Pauline Pierce, an American socialite whom he initially hired as his magical assistant. At the time, Crowley, having now long gone through his father and mother's financial inheritance, was living with his friend and novelist Frank Harris. Aleister would detail the Babylon working ritual in his magical diaries with Pierce and Harris as his partners in the chaotic union. Pauline would return to her husband Marvin Pierce, president of the McCall Publishing Corporation in America, in October 1924. And on June 8th, 1925, her daughter Barbara Pierce was born. Are y'all paying attention? This is where you need to start watching and keep watching. Aleister Crowley's third wife gave birth to Barbara Pierce. For sure, J-Dog, until next time. Barbara would grow up to marry prominent member of the Skull and Bones Society, director of the CIA, and the 41st President of the United States of America, George H.W. Bush. Aleister Crowley is George H.W. Bush's grandfather. And of course the speculation starts there, and of course you can do many things with that information. You can take it a bunch of different directions, a lot of which just make a whole lot of sense. This is where the whole conspiracies for most things come from, you know, the fact that it's all connected like that. Yep. By 1926, the incident in Italy had tarnished what reputation Crowley had left amongst the public, and his continued magical workings would prove more and more difficult as his following in Europe dwindled.
For him to get his message through, that you can see that there are moments when the disappointment is so great that it almost leads to complete disillusionment as to his role. So in 1932 he went back to England, and he never left England after that.
The center of his life remained the communication of the message of Thelema.
Crowley's attempt to start a new religion in the Abbey of Thelema had gone disastrously wrong. His reputation as the wickedest man in the world was sealed. The last years of the great beast's life were spent living from hand to mouth. His fortune was long gone and his disciples had deserted him. He moved from one set of temporary lodgings to another and finally ended up in a boarding house in Hastings. His life of excess had left him with nothing but chronic heroin addiction and infamy.
Crowley suffered from chronic bronchitis much of his life. This eventually resulted in numerous bouts of asthma for which he was prescribed heroin.
For which he was prescribed heroin!
For Crowley's will. And addicted to heroin the rest of his life. But still, he has a lot of energy.
Oh, you can't breathe? Here's some heroin. Oh, you have some phlegm in your lungs? Heroin. What the fuck? Oh, that's why they called it Grandpa's cough syrup. Oh, okay.
To the very end, at least intellectual energy, is working and writing until the very end.
There's a hair.
In 1934,
right in my
began
face.
a libel case against a writer who described him as a black magician. He was desperate for money and believed he might be awarded damages. Examples of Crowley's pornographic poetry were read out in court, and then the wife of Raoul Loveday, the young man who died in the Abbey of Thelema, gave evidence of Crowley's depravity. The judge was appalled, saying that in 40 years of justice, he had never heard of such wickedness. Crowley lost the case and ended up bankrupt.
Well, the end of Crowley's life was kind of sad because
you got ghosts in your blood. Drink this cocaine. Also, did you know one of the early forms of pregnancy testing was using a pregnant woman's urine on a frog? And if the frog would enter ovulation cycles, then she was pregnant because of the levels of hormones in the urine which trigger the frog's cycle. So yeah, old school medicine was literally, you've got ghosts in your blood, drink this cocaine about it and pee on this frog. Yep. Poor frog. Ah, god damn it. Thelema, damn it.
I have curiosity, does that?
Your blood's got ghosts in it. Drink this cocaine and pee on this frog. If the frog has babies, you're pregnant. And if not, we need to take your liver out or something. I don't know.
But still, he has a lot of energy to the very end. At least intellectual energy is
Yeah, 'cause he was on
working
drugs.
and writing until the very end.
In 1934, Crowley began a libel case against a writer who described him as a black magician.
I already saw that part.
without that, his books weren't selling. He was very much ostracized in the press. Whenever they needed to sell some papers, Aleister Crowley was the whipping boy they brought out to write about. He wanted to be kind of far out of the city. He wanted to annoy a lot of his friends, and ended up dying in Hastings in December 1st, 1947.
I have exposed myself to every form of disease, accident, and violence. I have driven myself to delight in dirty and disgusting debauches, and to devour human excrements and human flesh. I have
And a wandering womb.
and made myself a morality more severe than any other in the world. 1,000 years from now, the world will be sitting in the sunset of Crowleyanity.
Crowley said, everywhere his government is taking root, referring to Horace.
Why are they doing the
Observe
fucking...
for yourself the decay, the sense of sin,
that noise
the growth of innocence and irresponsibility, the strange modification of the reproductive instincts with the tendency to become bisexual or epitheme, the childlike confidence in progress, combined with nightmare fear of catastrophe, against which we are yet half unwilling to take precautions. Consider the popularity of the cinema, the wireless, the football pools, or guessing competitions. All devices for soothing fractious infants. No seeds of purpose in them. Consider sport, atheist enthusiasms and rages which it incites. Whole nations disturbed by the disputes of boys. Consider war, the atrocities which occur daily and leave us unmoved and hardly worried. We are children.
Since his death in 1947, Crowley has become an icon of rebellion. The Rolling Stones.
No, so, yes and no. At the same time, they're saying that delving into the Gnostic teachings tend to open yourself up to being bisexual, and again, yes, that was portrayed as a bad thing for this film. This film was made in 2000, I think, so still, or not 2000, a little bit later than that, so still within the realms of before things were a lot more politically correct as they should be.
David Bowie, Led Zeppelin's Jimmy Page.
David Bowie.
All been influenced by his message of freedom.
All these different artists you would not believe, one after another, that was influenced by Crowley. I mean, can't think of any other occultist who's been more influential on rock musicians than Aleister Crowley. Close. Crowley apparently influenced people from Adolf Hitler to Timothy Leary, to Robert Anton Wilson, to Harry Lee, to L. Ron Hubbard.
Well, I've been an admirer of Aleister Crowley. I think that I'm carrying on much of the work that he started over 100 years ago, and I think the 60s themselves. You know, Crowley said, "Do what thou wilt, it shall be the whole of the law." Turn on. Tune in.
And drop out.
Turn on.
Tune in and drop out.
Very drop out. Turn on, tune in, and drop out.
Millions of dollars would be spent on LSD research at universities throughout the country.
Why is it getting louder?
Word would begin to spread on campus about this so-called mind-blowing drug.
Why is it getting louder?
It was the counterculture of the 60s.
I give the CIA a total credit for sponsoring and initiating the entire consciousness movement, counterculture events of the 1960s.
Crowley taught that his satanic doctrine should be cloaked under the lie of love. They believed that youth would fall for it. The Beatles wrote the song "Come Together" as a campaign song for Lear's hopeful presidential bid that, thank God, never got on the ground.
The CIA funded and supported and encouraged hundreds of young psychiatrists to experiment with this drug.
And one of the men that he influenced was Alfred Kinsey.
After publishing his male and female reports, Kinsey began to travel abroad and study sexuality in foreign countries.
Do you regard black magic as being purely fictitious, or is there some truth? Some truth. 100% truth. There is nothing such as black magic. Anyway, whatever. It is a fact. It is a fact. It has existed for several thousand years.
Today, Crowley's followers believe that he was a true prophet because he foresaw a society that has now embraced ideas of sexual and spiritual freedom. Others are not so sure.
Today, modern occultism sees a very watered down version of Crowley. Gloss over some of the atrocious things that he did. And they just want to see him as a benign,
give me some of that orange sunshine.
Somebody who said, let's be free, let's go with the flow. And it is to deny an awful lot of evilness that happened in his practices.
And that, my fellow cult members, is Aleister Crowley. And what we are about is being about not what he was about. Remember, we are an anti-cult. And of course, the obvious follow-up to that would be, well, aren't anti-cults a cult as well? And then you say, well, yeah, They usually end up that way. That's why we're a meta cult. And then we gotta make sure we don't do that eventually, because then they'll go, oh look, we gotta make another word for it. What up, friends? We got 5 minutes. Five minutes until special time. But yes, as you said earlier, Mytho, that is why we need to be careful with how heavy we do lean into the rhetoric and how jokingly we do play around with it, because as joking as we are about it, we are still referencing some very serious subject matter and are doing so purposefully to elicit a certain response. And obviously we need to by and far kind of respect that response in a certain way, because passions can elicit very, very energetic things, and those energies aren't always positive. Good stuff. Good shit. 4:16. We got a little bit less than 4 minutes. What time is it? About to be 4:16. I'm almost out of oxygen too. We'll assemble that piece when we come back tomorrow. Yeah, exactly, Mytho. Yeah. Anybody who might lean into it the wrong way and be like, yeah, okay, so I'm in a cult now. We are a cult. I say, tell your friends and family you're part of a cult ironically. I hope y'all realize that. I don't say that as a, yeah, legit, tell your parents you're in a cult now. I say that to play on the satanic panic. I say that as a joke. I say that as obviously as a joke as I can. I don't think, as you said, Mytho, some people might not get the joke or interpret it as that, or they may do the wrong thing and lean into it and try to give us a bad name by saying they're a part of our community. If you're looking at it from that way too. If somebody comes in along and they're like, yeah, no, we do that. We are about that. We are the dark side, the crazy stuff, and not just me literally making fun of it, saying the dark side has cookies and I have stickers and stuff. No, yeah, we gotta squash that immediately. We do not allow that. We don't let people feed the trolls in the wrong way. We do feed the trolls strategically, but if you feed the trolls incorrectly, they will eat your arm off. So people parading as things they shouldn't be, also just the community in general. If there's any toxicity that comes with the community, we gotta make sure that it's stomped out immediately. $4:18, less than 2 minutes. I'm gonna put how it's made back on. Yeah, so anybody who is not about the good things, the goodness, do what thou wilt should be the whole of the law. If they aren't putting love as the basis, then we need to make sure it's called out. Because again, we're dealing with things that can very easily be taken the wrong direction and the wrong way. 4:19, about to be special time. For me at least, I don't know what time it is for everyone else. Jesus, we made it very far on this. We probably don't have very many left. We're here. Spiral stairs. Ooh, that's a good episode. Oh god. 4:20? Yeah. Oh, almost. I was gonna say it's definitely been a minute. Not yet.
This is classic Texas barbecue.
Go.
Interchange. I'm trying to make it for I try to make
So close.
compromises quality.
Ow.
This is so different than anything
I guess I could technically cheers now because by the time y'all get it with the delay, it will be. So cheers to you all. I will be back. Give me 2 seconds. I will go partake and return renewed. Return renewed. It sounded like I said return nude.
Texas Health can help you.
Dang it, this box keeps coming too close. There we go.
Texas Health is right there with you. Find a specialist or take our heart health assessment at texashealth.org/heart.
That was a good one. Cheers, friends.
Spiral stairs were part of a strategy to defend the towers of medieval castles.
Really?
Attackers had to climb single file and couldn't storm the castle all at once.
Makes sense.
And at the top of the stairs, the guardsmen could more easily maneuver their swords, giving them the upper hand.
Alright, 9 minutes until the end of the stream, remember.
Take people to the next level without taking up a lot of space. They're compact, and with their corkscrew curvature, they can also be architectural features. Production starts with the steel hubs, cut to the desired riser height. A worker files the sharp edges smooth and drills a threaded hole which will be used to fasten the treads in place. A computer-driven plasma system cuts through a sheet of steel to produce the pie-shaped
Your villain.
A worker nestles
your
the tread
storyline
to the
villain.
hub and clamps a
Stairs.
manual fixture. He also clamps structural supports to the base of the tread. With everything in the right configuration, he welds
Especially
the supports
fucking
to the tread and
spiral stairs. They're made exactly for the reason to that are worse for you. They made them smaller, tighter, and steeper.
Tub and tread assemblies. He chips off the weld slide for cleaner seams. A team slides the hub and tread assemblies onto the center point and rotates them to the correct position. The design geometry dictates the rotation. Once rotated correctly, the workers fasten the hubs to the pole and add a platform for the top step.
Interesting.
A baluster spins in a lathe as tools cut.
Well, it's a good thing you're not in a medieval raid party,
The
Mytho,
operator measures the diameter.
because you
He
would
inserts
not
the
be
end
able
in a
to
die
get
and
in.
carves a thread into it. A worker welds a steel cup just above the threaded part.
And they're also pouring boiling sands down those spiral stairs at the same time too. Boiling sand and boiling pitch, which is hot
This
tar.
cup will support the baluster once it's been installed on the thread.
Cheers, J-Dog.
He grinds the weld scale from the cup. He inserts the baluster through holes in a metal spacer. He screws
Don't take
it
too
down
long.
to
We'll only
the
be here for about another
support.
7 minutes.
Using rollers now, another worker twists long strips of metal into spiraling handrails that match the rise of the stairs.
Imagine building a staircase and climbing up the staircase as you're building it. That's metaphorical. There's some meaning behind that we could climb up.
And clamps it in place. He then welds the balusters to the rail. He adds more railing until it spirals all the way down to the first step. The team secures it to the platform. The spiral staircase's metal structure is now complete.
And the fact that it's a spiral
ready for the
staircase
wooden
too.
accents.
Just going in a circle.
A worker applies glue to pieces of red oak. He'll use 2 of them to make 1 stair tread. He clamps 2 tread sets in a fixture while the glue sets. He inserts a shim.
Oh, God.
To apply downward pressure. Once the glue has cured, a planer shaves the tread perfectly flat and to the desired thickness. After refining the profile, a worker rounds the edge of the stair tread using a router. After
Router, what about the modem? I make that joke every single time.
He sands the excess adhesive and with a file removes more of the glue.
Remember, T-minus 6 minutes until the end of the stream. Get y'all's background noise and whatnot ready.
Over the metal rail support. He adds some detailing along the edge. A team then fits the wooden railing to the metal support structure.
Ooh, look at that wood spire like that. I like that.
Perfectly. After the pre-fit, they remove the railing and sculpt the edges to be rounder. The rounded edges complement the overall spiral design. A worker pre-fits the wooden treads to the metal structure, and then disassembles the entire spiral staircase.
Yeah, I was gonna say
for painting and staining.
They assemble it in the house, right? Why would they? Yeah, I was confused. I was very confused at first.
In the building they were designed
Yeah,
for.
okay.
They'll definitely add a certain twist to the interior design.
We didn't make a mushroom pendant. We attached the mushrooms to the back of those rigs.
We're back on That's So Crispy, where the answer is always club crisps.
Either way, no, because it is in the kiln right now. We can't take things back out of the kiln after we finish them until the kiln is cooled. We'll watch part of the next episode. And then we will do our sign-off here in about
With a
3
travel
minutes.
hot plate, who needs room service? Just unpack this single burner appliance and plug it into an electrical outlet in the hotel room. It can be used to warm up soup, fry eggs, or make espresso.
Is that all it can be used for?
Convenient. No tips necessary. A travel hot plate offers another way to
I drink too much coffee, I think.
Travelers can whip
I got
up something
bubbles.
to eat pretty much anywhere there is an electrical outlet.
Yeah, oh yeah, we gotta say goodnight to the
Production
pups
starts
too.
with steel wire for the heating element.
We'll do that now. We'll zoom out.
The wire unwinds and travels over rollers.
And we'll start back on this
Rollers keep the wire in an even tension
episode.
as machinery pulls it forward.
Oops. Yeah.
The machinery winds the wire around a mandrel to produce
Come on,
a
doggos. You gotta say
blade then chops the cord
goodbye,
to the
and then you
correct
gotta go outside too, because I know you
Each
gotta pee.
coil will serve as a heating element.
Yes. Lucy the dog.
A worker
And
slides
Marley the
coil
human.
ends onto hooks attached to a fixture. The fixture revolves and meets up with an automated welder, which fuses the hook to the heating coil. It welds one hook to each end of the coil. To demonstrate the coil's heating capacity,
I have yet to teach her actually how to, like,
and it very quickly
whoa.
becomes so hot it glows.
I want to teach her how to do the play dead. That would be
The
adorable.
worker is now ready to install the coil in the cast iron burner. Robots pick up the burners using magnetic power.
Did you see Lucy's back, like, sprinkle up when I scratched her just then?
The conveyor pushes the
We
burner
still got about
forward.
2 minutes left. Yes, and then you get all the attention. Oh, yes. Oh, gosh. Oh, my.
This puts the coil in the correct configuration. An automated system then moves the applicator head forward on the production line. A vibrating device applies 16.5 tons of pressure.
She needs
to
a haircut.
an insulating compound into the cast iron
They both do.
burners.
I
This
could use one
compound
as
is
well,
made of
but
talcum, magnesite,
I don't think
water,
we're gonna.
and other ingredients.
We'll focus on it. I just did that again. I need to do something about that. We're not wear these open-toed shoes anymore. That's probably what I should do, is not wear these.
Short circuits.
They're super old too. They have holes in them and shit. They don't have any support in these little slippers, so I shouldn't wear them anyways. Could burn my toes, I trip on stuff, and there's no fucking ankle support. Why am I wearing these anyways, Lucy, huh? You tell me. Tell me something now. Tell me something good. Alrighty, friends. I will do the outro, which is something along the lines of, thank you all for being here. I appreciate each and every one of you. I enjoy our time every single night. You make my job much easier. Hanging out. Mytho, thank you for being here. J-Dog. Anybody else who might be hanging out and listening. I started a little bit earlier again. Also, I figured out you gotta wait 7 or 8 seconds between the end of the video and the actual time it will be when it goes to the app, which is kind of funny. So I'll wait 7 seconds after 4:30, and we'll see if we can get it exactly at 4:30. It's a fun game that I like to play, and I call it a game just so we don't have to acknowledge the fact that it's very, very obsessive and compulsive. Yeah, good night, Lucinda, who's asleep as well. Anybody else who might be sleeping? Bunny's probably asleep as well. Good night, Bunny. Alright, we got a few more seconds. Lucy is raring to go. That's her butt. That's her butt right there. She's stretching. Big stretch. Alrighty. Until next time, friends. Brendan, until next time. Mytho, I appreciate you. Bye, friends. Love you.